Всем привет. Такое включение. Смотрим сегодня UFC и eSports World Cup по CS2. Весело будет, да.
That tagline from Zywoo. That's a punch.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I hate bees, so I feel that.
Why is that? What did the bees ever do to you?
I don't know. It's called a phobia, you know. I think my mom said when I was a kid, came into my stroller and I got all worked out, and then every now and then now. That's why I'm trying to work my throat through with vitality, trying to reach again some sort of closure.
So not like the was it tasselophobia?
The bees.
I'm pretty sure it's tasselophobia. I think it's the one where you're like afraid of the deep ocean. So that's also a phobia you don't want to have going in too deep.
Or sharkophobia.
Yeah, Sharknado, all of that stuff.
Philosophical this morning, aren't you?
Yeah, you know, I'd say my Wheaties didn't do that. I had some Kit Kat cereal. It was pretty fire. So, gentlemen, like I was saying, though, tons of Counter-Strike to get through, especially on day one. You know, this is obviously the Esports World Cup. There are, you know, we've got the best teams, you know, and I know we are missing just a few. However, we do have the contenders in house.
Yeah, we have a lot of the best teams in the world, right? Teams that were some of the strongest in the first half of the year. Spirit, obviously, being here. FaZe, Vitality, we already touched on those. Navi, the major winners here as well. G2 with a facelift, different roster. We'll get to see them straight off the bat here today.
And it's an interesting concept because at the same time, you could argue it's a soft entry, but also it's such a huge prize pool that's attached to this event. The way the format is put, we'll touch on it a little bit later down the road. But is it now actually?
We'll do it right now.
Okay.
We're going to do it right now.
You're the boss. Talk about the format.
Run that format video.
Are you ready for another amazing Counter-Strike 2 tournament? Things are about to heat up here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. 15 of the best teams from all around the world have gathered here for their attempt to lift the trophy and also their share of the $1 million prize pool. There will be 3 stages: an opening stage, a resurrection stage, and the playoffs. The event begins with the opening stage. 14 teams battle it out in a single elimination BO3 where the winners advance the playoffs and the losers fall into the next phase, the resurrection stage. Here, the 7 teams will be joined by the regional hero qualifier team and battle it out once more in a single elimination BO1 to determine which team gets the last spot in the playoffs. The winner of the resurrection stage will join the 7 opening stage winners in the playoffs, where the teams will have to earn their right to win it all in a single elimination BO3 bracket.
Посмотрим, кто будет участвовать.
That is correct. That is the nitty-gritty of what this format looks like. A single elimination opening, best of 3 winners advance into the playoff bracket, and, well, there's that last chance. We got the resurrection stage. Really and truly, though, only one team advances out of that lower stage, makes it into the playoffs. So you can work really harder and smarter now, or you can take the long, arduous, painful route to finding your way into the playoffs.
Yeah, you don't want to lose this opening game, the ones that we're about to cover today, and I do like that EWC is being a little bit creative about the format. We're definitely thinking outside the box here. You lose this best of 3, and then suddenly you find yourself in this resurrection bracket, 8 teams, only 1 making it to playoffs. It makes life unnecessarily complicated. It's all best of 1 as well. You'd have to play throughout the whole day. So guarantee yourself a good start, win that best of 3, and then punch your ticket to the playoffs, which will be starting from Friday on, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, an event with an odd amount of teams, like how do you pull it off? 15 teams, but that's where the resurrection bracket kicks in. Best of 1, cutthroat, and yeah, a lot of money on the line. I think still we're looking, obviously, with the cutoff point for the close qualifier for the major being already on August 7th. This, alongside Blast, is the only tournament that will be online that will matter for those rankings. So you're also trying to, you know, secure a higher seed for that, or just avoid the qualifiers, get straight into the RMRs, and for a team like Sash, even 1 win in the best of 1 will go a long way.
I agree with you, and this is where it's a very interesting position in the calendar, because we know how important the break is for these teams that go from event to event to event. We talk about exhaustion and all, but some of the teams, I would argue, a la Sashi, for example, is a good. You have to treat it as such an important moment that maybe you start practicing before the end of the break. You say, we're going to take 2 weeks. We're going to take 2 weeks, and so we are more ready than you, and we are going to take you down mouse for that matter in the best of 3. That's why this is a good thing for like surprises. You have to keep an open mind.
I mean, it gives a chance for some of these teams that are really kind of battling out there in the upper echelons to separate themselves from each other, right? Like, this is one of those events where we can see that. Yes, we're missing like an Astralis, so to say, if you're looking at your top 10s, but this is a method for them to to really separate themselves in the pack.
I mean, it's a completely different start to the season than what teams are usually used to. I mean, for the last couple of years even, it's been blast to kick off the season, which is a closed circuit, right? You either go straight to the finals or to the showdown. There's a lot of games, there's a lot of brackets, so a lot of teams were skipping practice beforehand, treating that event as sort of a warm-up to the season. Well, this tournament is not that. I mean, first place is also $400,000. Like, let's not forget that. So you're coming into this one aiming to win it all.
But there's so much more on the line, guys.
Oh, is there now?
It's the Esports World Cup Club Championships. That's what's on the line here. Let's learn a little bit more about it.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the
Кто у нас
title
будет
for
играть
first ever
вообще в этом? Понимаю? Кто у нас будет первый играть?
Esports World Cup
Это я смотрел что другой стрим, извините за звуки.
staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and game culture with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event. So make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
Yeah, that is the Esports World Cup Club Championships, and this is how the rankings are shaking down. Currently, you're going to see some familiar names in there, and perhaps you're joining us from the Counter-Strike realms, and you don't really see a lot of these names all the time. But this is how it all kind of culminates together. When we're talking about certain organizations who have multiple games with multiple teams, right?
Having an impact on esports all across the table. Trace, in what other games would you have anything to say? What other games have your interests, your skills, your capabilities? Any other you could maybe try something there?
Yeah, let me stop you at capability. I think that's where we'll draw the line. No, but in all seriousness, there's so many games. Like, there's actually more games here than I think I could list off the top of my head. And that's just not even from major titles, but I'm talking about all across the board. Either way, this is how the Club Championships ranking currently looks. They're wrapping up a game yesterday. And that did put, I think it was the Red Giants actually took that one away. So they added some points there to their standings and ultimately trying to get towards that very tip top of the crop.
Good for Falcons considering they're not qualified to play in the Counter-Strike tournament, so they'll need to find those points elsewhere. Yeah.
Oh, man. Too soon? Nah,
I mean, we have to.
It's not too soon. It's part of
our
it.
System.
Let's talk about those teams that are here. Falcons, not one of them, right? However,
I do hope we get to see the Falcon Trace, if you remember it from last year, but one can only hope. But yeah, a lot of great teams here, as we pointed out, a lot of favorites, a lot of big names, and some of the teams that we don't see as often in Tier 1 tournaments, like MIBR, for example, that's been a while since we saw them at an IEM.
And to stay in that vein, I'm looking forward to seeing Mongols. Turns out, coincidence, it's our first game, and I'm very elated about that. But the fact that they've been on the up and up, the fact that they've got our attention, increasingly their results have gotten better. You're hoping that this would be such a good moment for them to have a statement result here in Riyadh.
Ну, собственно, вот они все, кто участвует в этом мажоре. Team Spirit,
Yeah, I
Mongols,
think with first game being
Мир,
against
8,
G2, I was expecting more roster changes
Virtus.pro, G2,
in the
Face
break, but
Furia,
maybe that was
Sashi,
unrealistic considering the
Sports,
landscape and the
Quest,
market. At the moment,
еще
people are
какие-то
waiting for that
GGK.
second major to end and coming to the next year fresh. But yeah, Huxi no longer the captain of G2, Snacks coming in his stead, and the next experiment didn't really pan out. Shocking, I know, but getting Malbs from M80, who was up and coming, I rate him pretty highly, but then he doesn't get to play the positions and roles that he had on M80. So there's a lot of mixing and matching in this new G2 lineup, and we'll have to see how it works out.
Tournament prize pool, it's right here. That's a whole lot of mignon, filet mignon, that is.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of filet mignon. I'm not exactly sure what kind of qualitative comments you're hoping to hear from me, aside from I'd like to see so much money on them. That's great.
I actually, I kind of wanted to
like it.
I wanted to take it down the path of like building up mobs, because if I remember right, he played against them at EPL and he just smashed on them a little bit, if I recall.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did. And this is why, like, sometimes when we get overly excited watching a game and we get super romantic and people say, stop exaggerating. But, brother, see, that's exactly what happened here. I guarantee you, if he doesn't give them the spank at that moment, they don't consider him ever. Like, he changed. He probably changed the course of his own life in 2 best-of-3s against G2. That's literally what happened.
Yeah.
Yes, probably to some extent, but I think Malbs was a good player for me on Team 1 before he went to 0-0 Nation.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like we were COVID times,
Once
Pro
upon a
League
time.
in Katowice, right? Like when he was having his performances, and then that stint in 0-0 Nation sort of sidetracked him a little bit, but you could hear in some of the interviews, it made him stronger, Trace.
Yeah.
It made him stronger.
It did. And sometimes you just got to fight. And so, no fights to be had right here in this moment. However, a day full of Counter-Strike. That means 3 best-of-3s coming your way. And for us, it will be taking a look at our first one, but we'll run you through the schedule just so that you can get a glimpse or a good idea as to what to expect coming up. Now, we did kind of identify G2 Mongols,
все
Navi,
матчи.
Furia, and that later game will be VP and Complexity.
I do wonder how this
Первый это
Skull
G2
Fury
против
is going to
монголов.
look like. I felt a little bit for the guy in Liquid. I know he wasn't exactly up to par. I don't exactly know if it was a healthy environment to be in. In fact, the informations we're getting mostly point towards no. So now that he gets to play in Furia, gets to have his positions there, I'm slightly curious. I don't know. Get my curiosity.
I think also another thing when you talk about Furia or for Skulls compared to Liquid, like if that wasn't a great environment, I don't think you can have a better environment than Furia, because you have all these experienced players and everyone's chill. There's no,
true. They're pretty
like,
chill.
Really hard-headed guys on that team. I mean, Fallen as a captain, just as a person, one of the nicest guys out there, and there's so much that you will be able to learn from him. Then also Caserato and Yuri, 2 very experienced players.
Very
Even
chill as
Cello
well.
has been around for a while. So if things were super stressed for you in Liquid, it's going to be the opposite here. So that's also a challenge, because then you need to start showing up fairly early on.
And that's all the way around for the side of Furia, right? Not just Skulls. You know, we want to see that come in there and find that success. However, that is neither here nor there in this moment. What I can tell you that is now is the Jamil Motorsports match of the day. It is going to be that G2 Mongols game, so we can kind of dive into a little bit further. We already started a little bit talking about mobs and what there is to take away when we start to look at this G-New, I think they were called.
Yeah, G-New. I think Chad used that term in the green room right before we came in. Look, it's very, very intriguing from like a strategical standpoint to try and make sense of this G2 and the challenges they're going to have to face. At this point in time, I think a lot of people agree that the honeymoon effect and the I'm going to give 150% of whatever, even if I don't have all my positions, is probably going to kick in. And for that reason, they might just be very deadly. But I cannot help but think that to make that work mid-term to long-term is going to be extremely complicated for G2, and I'll be very surprised if this is the roster that stick beyond Shanghai.
Yeah, that probably. And I think it's a very complex situation to analyze, because you can look at it from many different ways, right? Do you think Snacks is a better player than Huxi individually?
Probably yes.
Right? Do you
I'm
think
gonna go, yeah.
Malbs will do better than Nexa as just individually?
Probably,
even with the
yes.
different roles, right? So then you look at how was G2 and how close they were in some of the games, right? And you add that, and
Yeah.
all of a sudden it's an upgrade, right?
But the Snacks Huxi roles,
The other side of the coin is, well, how are they going to mesh as a team? You know, what's their approach going to be, and their style? Can Snacks call on a high level like Huxi did, and how will Malbs do in these roles?
yeah, exactly. Because if you're doing an isolation analysis, I agree with you. Malbs on paper is a better player than Nexa, and Huxi is a worse position than Snacks. I'm all okay with that. I'm on board. But we are analyzing them in roles and positions. I mean, roles for Snacks, yes, leader, but still positionally on the server a little bit differently in Game Legion. And now we're saying, well, they're going to play exactly like Nex and Hooksy were doing, and they're going to be better. And that's an assumption in and of itself.
And I think also we don't need to look too far back and see the Astralis lineup with Blame F on the team and see how much roles can impact players and their performance. Now, I don't think necessarily that's going to be the case with this G2 lineup. I think Malbs can be versatile and is one of those players that won't have a big problem playing in these roles. Sure, you're not going to see him output as much as he did on M80 because you simply can't in this sort of an environment, but it's still positions where you're going to need to frag.
Yeah.
You know, these big site anchors or the important anchors position, Ramp, A Ancient, Pit on Inferno,
A Mirage.
right? Like these are all positions where you are going to see action and you're going to have responsibilities, right? And you're going to need to deliver.
Yeah, you don't want to find yourself being that liability, right? Especially this early on in the lineup. I don't know what their preparation looks like, but Matthew?
No, I agree with you. In terms of being a liability, potentially, you have to realize your maps, and in M80, you were shining bright like a diamond. Literally, you took Counter-Strike by storm. People started noticing you, even if that was the case prior in Team 1. Now you're moving to G2, different roles, might be a bit more complicated. You're playing with a different kind of pressure. You have a jersey that means something, a jersey that comes with expectations. Maybe you don't hit the ground running. The first game is a bit complicated, then you get in your head. As a rookie, I'll still call him that at the very, very elite level of Counter-Strike, then he's going to have to deal with that, and we'll get to see what he's made of in the first few months.
And this is where, you know, Snacks and Taz are going to have to do some work, right? Obviously, their relationship going back
you mean
to
together
being,
in therapy? Or?
maybe that as well, right? But their relationship going back to the VP the days playing together on the same roster. And you need to, what I liked from actually the interview from Ash, the coach of Game Legion, was that Snacks was sometimes unhappy with, you know, how rigid they were. He wanted to play more puggy, but they didn't have the players for it. Well, you have the players for it in G2. That's how they probably need to play to be good. So that's maybe the silver lining, best case scenario for G2.
And I'm going to circle back to the G2 conversation, right? Because there's obviously going to be questions. There's always a question mark around G2. I don't know what it is.
There's only that, actually.
There's a question mark or there's an exclamation point. Either way, it is the Mongols on the other side of the server today. So Sinzu and company with the peace signs out.
I mean, Mzinho doesn't look too terrifying in that picture, but you'd be a fool. You'd be a fool to think so.
No, I agree with you. That is such a nice team to witness, and to see them kind of over the last few months grab a few reference wins just felt right. Like it was just wholesome to watch them win at the Yara Compass event. They get the W over Astralis, a team that is so incredibly young, and you could see at times falter, maybe have pressure on themselves, being very hard on themselves as well when they had these losses. To see them prevail with the amount of talent that there is on that team and the Counter-Strike that they play, which is definitely not just pew 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 pew, and then oh my phone is going away.
Wow,
that's very, very intelligent sound Counter-Strike that they play still. Yeah, pew pew, you like that one?
Yeah, man.
I have been a fan of the story of Mongols, and I like where they're at now in the game, and I hope we keep them in that conversation.
Absolutely, the most successful Asian team from the start of CSGO. I think even in the history of Counter-Strike, you'd have to go back to, I don't know, WNV, you know, a Chinese team in like
all the way back
mid-2000s that they've had success at like a couple of tournaments, and that was it, or We Made Fox, the Korean team.
We Made Fox.
But yeah, I think they had a great run at Yala Compass, beating Astralis, then NIP also taking them down in the grand final, who were in good form. And then they had a bit of a flop in Jönköping, you know, the following week, losing to Aurora in a best-of-1 and Falcons in a best-of-3 and not making the playoffs. And I think that's probably a good thing for the Mongols in the grand scheme of things, because you're probably going to be riding a high, you know, the first Asian team to win a fairly big LAN event in CS in a long time, and then you go to Jönköping and you don't even make the playoffs. So that's like, okay, we did really well, we're improving, we're getting better, but we still can't get complacent, and I think they'll come to this tournament prepared.
And even watching these guys when they would arrive at Malta for ESL Pro League, right? Like they would arrive, they would have some outrageous travel day. I'm talking, these guys were tired. They were zoned out, but they got straight back into the mission. They were Oscar Mike.
Exactly, and you had Senzu there just, you know,
with the golden mouth,
taking the ring.
Peace. That was the moment.
It doesn't really work. I've tried this one. It doesn't really
That's
quite
not
work
the
like
one.
that.
That's not the mouse.
No, it's really not. What it is, though, is a best-of-3 in the opening stage. So, gentlemen, with a map choice here, right? If we start thinking about maps.
Yes, the famous veto with
Yeah,
all
but
lineups brand new
exactly,
from G2.
like how the hell were you even supposed to calculate that?
It was even the conversation. Maybe, Janko, you can weigh in on that. It was the conversation. Is it time to play Mirage for G2?
Yes,
like, do you make
probably.
the switch now? You embrace
I mean,
it?
that time was... They should have never stopped playing it, right? But I think even in this particular matchup with the Mongols banning Vertigo, I think that really helps G2. I think if I had to guess what they would go for their perma ban, it would probably be Vertigo for G2 as well. But yeah, I think a little bit of a problem is obviously Inferno, always really strong for G2. Snags didn't play it in Gamer Legion, so I don't imagine that G2 is going to be banning Inferno.
I'm so sorry, Janko. Reaction, thoughts?
Maybe next year, bro.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's for this particular matchup, it's a really strong map for the Mongols. So maybe that's why you're thinking, okay,
we agree on that.
We don't need to play it against the Mongols. We can play it in the future, and we can see that they don't really shy away from Inferno, even for Snags. And both teams picking to start T side. That's interesting.
That is interesting indeed. We'll see. Ancient on the side of Mongols, I wonder if it's a way of saying to G2's defense that you guys are not ready. Like, there's no way, like, your A-Anchor is going to know how to handle himself. There's no way. Will Snags play Cave again? Do they have the reactions the way it was happening with Huxi Nico? It feels like we're calling your bluff. We're calling the weakness of, like, the systematic of your CT side. Nuke Decider as well. Well, there's not a whole lot of changes in the landscape for G2. Like, this could have been pre-break kind of veto.
But maybe kind of sticking to what they feel comfortable on, meaning, you know, they do have some things to kind of iron out here. Obviously, if you're a new team,
new garderobe to buy, it's basically just
brand new yard. You know what? Just rip all the grass up, start over. Actually, you can't really do that, right? What we do have, though, is the STC play predictions. So, gentlemen, we start talking a little about predictions. What exactly does that look like for you?
Whenever an event is starting, you know, I try to be conservative. I try to be safe in general in my lifestyle. But I always pick this one game where I feel like this is when I'm going to get spicy. And I have decided this was going to be this game.
Of course you do.
Oh, you're picking G2.
Low-key fair.
I actually think that Mongols is in a good position to get this best of 3. And the only thing going against that would be that the individuals of G2 just catch on fire and being just pushed by the fire of the honeymoon of the new lineup, blah, 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 blah,
yeah,
blah, blah.
You mean Big Money Monacy?
Yeah, of course, Big Money Manasi. Yeah, we know what he's capable of doing. But I feel like for Mongols, there's something to be done here in this best of 3.
Yeah, to get off on the right foot. Janko, you know, I know that this one's always been a bit trivial for you. Like, sometimes G2 goes, sometimes G2 doesn't.
I'm a little bit surprised how much the odds are on the side of G2.
Yeah.
I don't really see necessarily, okay, the names are there, but it's a team that changed their in-game leader, changed one more player who's playing off position, in a sense, right? You have the Mongols who've been on a hot streak last season for the better part of it. So for me, they're actually, the G2 is a bit of an underdog in this particular matchup.
Yeah, and that's just about on everything, surface level and in deep, which is exactly what we're ready to do. We got a quick break. We come back. We jump into this first best of 3 here at the Esports World Cup. It is Counter-Strike 2, and we are just about ready to get it underway.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. Gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
getting this Esports World Cup started. Looking forward to this one as we get a real sneak peek at new look G2. Mongols taking them on, and it is going to be very exciting. Just as a Counter-Strike fan, never mind a Counter-Strike commentator.
Were you going to say Mongols taking them down?
I might have. I mean, the desk were discussing it as to whether or not G2 really should be coming in with the odds in their favor, considering such huge changes. A leader alone, never mind a leader and another player.
Yeah, look, it's a big conversation. One of the biggest conversations we have here at the EWC, that and Furia with the Skulls edition. But G2, they're one of the fan favorites. People always either want to love or hate them. So hopefully at the moment we might get a bit of love for them.
Could you kind of fill us in, if we've been living in a bubble, you know, touching grass during the break, these G2 player changes, what's the additional info we have on Malbs' integration into this roster? Never mind Snacks.
Well, he's been giving quite a few interviews, says old Malbsy boy. So look, this is a player in M80 who was a star player, very aggressive, and the big questions around the team is going to come into the division of labor on the CT side. Snacks coming in to fill that leadership role. Here you can see the Polish giant on your screen, and not just a giant in stature, but one in terms of what the trophy cabinet has in store. But we're going back 10 years now, was the Katowice that he won alongside of Taz, the coach of the team, which also has some fun talking points in terms of how their relationship has evolved over the years, or maybe devolved. But I guess now if they're back together, we can push that aside. But the Malbs one is the big conversation. And again, the division of labor in these positions on the CT side, he's discussed and said that in a lot of these maps he'll be playing the anchor on the big bomb sides. Right. We saw the video up on screen. So Ancient, actually G2 starting on the T side. We move into Inferno, which is still home turf for G2 apparently. And then third and decided was Nuke, I do believe. So as far as the map pool is concerned, I think really positive signs that you didn't have to worry about banning Vertigo against the Mongols who removed it. They got to remove Mirage because that's going to be another talking point of this team, something which I would love to see. A team with Monacy and Nico not playing Mirage just seems like sacrilege. I'm not sure how you can even function in that regard. But look, I think today I just want to sit back and see the general demeanor of the squad, because we talk about new rosters and honeymoon periods, and that's essentially what this team is going to be in. Whereas in recent time, the Mongols, they were playing some online qualifiers for Blast, and they lost to a couple of lesser-known Chinese teams. Cat5, Alex, one of your favorites.
Cat5, like the cable?
Well, yeah, I guess, actually. No, it's Cat Evil.
Oh.
But it's 5 guys.
That's what 5E stands for, 5 Evil.
So,
okay,
Yeah, so... The Mongols with some online Counter-Strike not going in their favor, but they're definitely a big talking point. Look at the little cherub, Xenia. Look at him.
Wouldn't you say, though, that when you're Mongols and you've already been having that kind of tier 1 LAN on cycle, on repetition, they've been showing up to some bigger events and having some bigger results, that those online games, it's harder for you to kind of, you know, get the mojo flowing. Not making excuses for them, but I'm just saying that's not going to temper my expectations for them.
Look, well, this is, I guess, where the conversation can really begin. Do you hold the Mongols as a favorite? Last time around they played G2, they won. This is a new G2 roster in its early stages. And if we think that the Mongols are genuinely one of the top Counter-Strike teams in the world, I'm not saying, you know, they're locked in top 5, but if they're a team who's trending in the direction that we want Asian Counter-Strike to be, then going up their sleeve, right? The tenure of the roster. I think Senzu's been in this team for about 8 months. I was doing some podcasts during the break, as I tend to do, and they're one of the longest standing rosters we have out of the better teams in Counter-Strike at the moment. It's like them and Complexity. I think 2 of the higher names. Complexity's been about a year, I think, since the Elige edition. So the Mongols should have advantages in that regard, but the other side of this coin is the type of Counter-Strike that you play in Europe tends to be of high quality. You're playing as players even just in pugs, which there's plenty of POV demos of the G2 individuals playing pugs throughout that break, but hopefully we're getting things underway. Map number 1 of EWC 2024, G2 versus the Mongols, Ancient, and we get to start things off with the Mongols on the T side, so the graphic was wrong, I guess.
Okay, well, 910's been given his P250 and searching for some early headshots. 3 players to defend, and actually a flash aggress. They were ready, and it's worked out wonderfully. Hunter and Nico combined for a double kill, and nearly the triple. Mazinha will be felled after the first, and put Senzu and Techno towards the B site without the bomb.
Yeah, that's the... I was going to say, that's the biggest problem, but no, that goosh for Techno. It's going to spell even bigger troubles. Now, they need to make their long way back through spawn. Techno needs to stay alive and see if he can let Senzu work. He's planted his feet for more B aggression. And G2, you can see they're aware. Hunter knowing that the push through B to Red Room a possibility. Malbs now assisting Honestly, with a re-smoke, so this is going to hold them at bay for at least another 20 seconds.
Yeah. Triple swing just to make sure. Down goes Techno and G2 with the first round.
Okay, well, there's the debut. They've won the game,
there you go,
and
GG.
we're moving on to the next stage of the tournament. No, they've passed the test, right? They won a round.
It's done. How low your expectations
Yeah, the
were?
confidence, it's brimming. Aggressive Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Nico and Monacy in your face with a flash.
No, that was all Snacks. Snacks called that. He set it up. He's been talking about it. He said, right, if they go mid, re-aggress mid, late with a flash. Bang.
It's actually an interesting talking point, though, because Hunter was doing the pistols when Hooksy was the in-game leader.
That's right.
So
That's
you
right.
wonder who's coming up with those bad boys now.
Okay, a couple of Deegs to go searching. It's Blitz and Senzu. Gonna be having a little looky-loo, and over the flames. Good eyes from Hunter. Not always easy to spot over the flame.
Bit of a nothing round here, surely, unless Blitz can get that incision in. Oh, there is the incision. So Malbs tested on the A-bomb site. Swings out, goes down, site open.
Felt like a few bullets, at least audibly. I didn't get to see it too much from his POV, but yeah, quite the spam and no frag. Still shouldn't be too much of an issue, but with the M4 now falling into enemy hands and the site, I was going to say soon to see a plant, but no, it's actually lingering in A main. They're waiting for this temple push, and so is Nico. Handles the first. Willie overlooked the second, very comfortable into the unarmored opponents. And so despite the nice pick-off from Blitz, it's not going to cost them too much.
That's one of the things, right? If you get a kill towards that A side and you're not there in a pack ready to explode, and I know they're on an eco round, but this philosophy I think also goes for gun rounds. It's tough to just go, okay, well Ooh, that's a nice shot from 9-10.
His nose is another. Red room though, that's got him clean. It's Nico, very impactful round from him, just making sure things don't spiral after an early pick-off of Malbs.
Yeah, it's one of these sites where you can't just justify, oh, we got the kill A, let's just rotate the bomb back. Unless the bomb is very close and you're able to take a bit of space to get that plant, you know that CT rotation is always going to be a bit of an issue. That's why you see some teams, they'll play 2 to 3 middle and the other individuals over towards B and forego A at the start of the round. But this is the big one, the first rifle round. AKs are out. A little bit of util lacking for this map control. What's the opener looking like for the Mongols? Red smoke, no cave or heaven smoke. So could be pushed back quite easily through the flame. Blitz edging and, well, taken down with ease. Great stuff from Hunter. Essentially patrolling this part of the map on his own because there's a main control being taken from G2 on the other side.
And Snacks, despite it being rather on his own, he's managed to go and a very aggressive maneuver towards the cave position. So confidence seems to be the name of the G2 game. Hunter alone mid, comfortably taking fights. Snacks the same, seems to be very comfortable knowing Hunter can support him, not anymore. Techno brought low, but wins the duel. Snacks sitting in the off angle, continues to patrol cave.
I feel the Mongols, if they are to slip back towards A, they're going to have big issues. They don't know about the aggressive main push of Malbs.
Ooh, that Molly. Lovely Molly.
That's an awful lot of health gone. This should just be a mop-up now for G2.
Poor Senzu, he's put down to 13. It does hinge on Mazinho through red. It's being acknowledged by Nico. This is the duel. This is the clear. Fade of the smoke, Mazinho's young eyes, quick to find the prize. Monacy has found him.
Now it's just Snacks to get past.
Repositions towards the ramp. The smoke's still up. He's found the angle. Will they walk through this? That's a freebie for Snacks. Oh, no, it's not! Caught off just to walk through the smoke. Molly would be huge. Bomb goes down, I reckon, and he evades the flame. Caught by Monacy on the cross back. It's Monacy saving the day for G2. Got awkward for a moment, but now Senzu not in a position to really close this one out. Hoping to be overlooked.
That's a spam.
That's a step, that's a spam, and he doesn't finish the job. Monacy gets it across the line. One more bullet, and that gets awkward. And there's a third for G2. Mongols still yet to post around and now forced back to this 3.5k awkward position where a fourth seems imminent for G2.
Yeah, Mazinho made this round interesting, right, by slipping the net through red. A big kill for him. He's just there on the cusp of the smoke onto Nico. But Monacy doesn't stop moving, does he? Snacks, you feel that he should have at least gotten a kill there, and it did almost get out of control. But the Mongols, with the plant, have been able to get a hero AK in the hands of Techno and some upgrades for the rest. Everybody's at least been able to contribute on the board so far for the Mongols, but impact, that's what they're looking for. Techno harasses B. So this is very standard as far as a CT setup would be concerned for G2. Nico always likes to play this B long position, which, you know, for a star rifler, you don't often see that. Tends to be a bit more supportive. Your in-game leaders towards Cave, well, that's where Snax is, can feel out the rounds a lot from there. Hunter towards middle, Malbs over towards A, and then m0NESY gets to float around wherever he's feeling. Doesn't even have the AWP out just yet, and there's no need. The regrouping, they'll need to get this A main control. Now, they still have 2 smokes, a flash, and a Molotov for an A execute. Let's see how Malbs flies this time round.
They still don't have any info. If Snax pokes his nose out of lane, they can start this rotation.
It's awfully quiet, isn't it?
And he is going to confirm that it's very, very empty towards this side of the map now. Perhaps we'll see some backup towards Malbs' position. Throws out the incendiary to delay. Still no support. The cavalry is far away. This smoke is integral. Can he get it down? Will it be respected? Now he's been spotted out. Confirmation of presence on A. Rotation from Hunter.
Going through.
And they will test him. This time Malbs thriving in this environment. Sprays down double. Hunter provides, and it's a clean one for G2.
Beautiful start, right? And you can see off of the information that Snax gives over towards B lane. Hey, sector clear. We're not getting harassed middle either. At that point, Malbs is the anchor of the site, drops his incendiary, follows it up with the smoke. They've got to be somewhere. And you were mentioning the fact that that rotation point was still somewhat far away, bought more than enough time, mopped them up. Not a single individual goes down. And now the pressure on the Mongols on their map choice, who have now taken the first tactical timeout.
Win condition in my book, Chad, has to be 9-10. The last time they played Ancient, as you discussed, Mongols winning it, but 9-10 was having an absolute, how do you say it? Ball terror, I believe, is how the Aussies put it. But taking a look at that Ancient, I noted, yeah, it was one hell of a map. 37 frags from 9-10.
It's a couple.
That's on all maps, actually. Wait, that's bad maths. Excuse me. In fact, yeah, he actually had a mediocre Ancient. It was Anubis where he popped off. Wow, I'm sorry, it's been a while.
That's all right.
Just learning how to drive HLTV again.
Yeah, the filters again. All the little details.
Excuse me. It was, yeah, 37 in the series,
Wow.
but a very reasonable 14.
And you mentioned Aussies. There's a couple of them playing right now against FaZe. Actually, they're not live just yet, so maybe a couple of technical doohickeys over there. Mouse versus Sashi is going on. And we'll have more best of threes as the day continues. Then we have the Resurrection bracket tomorrow, which is going to be best of 1 single elimination, where GG Howe is already, well, that's where they start their tournament.
I'm sorry, I'd like you to say that again slow, just so I can process that.
The Resurrection bracket
of 1 single elimination. It just sounds like the most cutthroat combination for a lower bracket.
Yeah, kind of crazy.
Single elim, BO1, you lose a map, you're out of the tournament. But I guess you've lost a best of 3 to get there. So,
that's the thing, right? So it points to the importance of this matchup right now. If you win your opening best of 3, then you find yourself in the playoff bracket already. Whereas if you lose your opening best of 3, then you have to do your absolute very best to stay alive or be resurrected.
Right, the gauntlet, essentially.
It's going to be tough, but that all goes down tomorrow. Okay, well, the AWP of 9-10 is out in the hands, regardless of scoreline last time round or not.
Yeah, some good chip damage already. Clear the red smoke. Hunter's going to be tested. He has support. Wow. Look at that. m0NESY straight through the smoke. Hunter finds another. There are extra bodies, though. And cs2 catching Snax on Cave. That's going to cause a bit of an over-rotation. Mid is the threat. No answers there for G2. And oh, he's not expecting it. Malbs completely caught off by the aggressive AWP towards the donut. Hunter's in a lot of trouble here. That smoke will give him some options. The bomb likely to be going down. Damn, 9-10 already getting that planted. Spamming away, can't seem to find the planter. 9-10 gets it down. Mongols in pursuit of their first round through the smoke. Hunter hits the spam. cs2, this is one hell of a flank, but m0NESY prepared, so aware. That frag onto Snax was 30 seconds ago. Still keeping track of cs2, and mZiNo empty-handed in the 1v3.
G2 are very keen to fight and are very active. So no matter what move is getting thrown their way, you could see, as you mentioned, the clear of the red smoke, wanting to take those jewels. But throughout, this is one of the things with teams in honeymoon periods, and it's always tough to hold on to when a bit of resentment or things don't go your way, it builds up after time, and everyone's not putting their best foot forward, is the proactive nature of teams can be a little bit lacking, or at least the team element of that. But right now, G2 with all the moves, go back to the pistol round, a flash and the fight in mid. Then you had Hunter clearing out mid on his own, right? But he was playing some heads-up CS, very focused. And then you've got a lot of these fights. They're just constantly moving. They're not sitting back. They want to get stuck in. And again, well, here's aggression. Mongols are forcing the fight out mid. Hunter has spotted Blitz. Malbs this time with one through the smoke. That's from the red room. And Molly, Blitz is forced into the open.
Oh, Blitz will punish Malbs' aggression there. Kind of gifts an equalizer back for Mongols.
Well, maybe that is the opposite, because it looked like the conversation was, let's fight. Hunter was, oh, here we go.
Nico finds one back.
Bomb's going towards A.
NiKo really considering his options here. He wants to test cave. 2 of them there, and he is going to go down to Techno. High impact with the double.
Hold up a second. The bomb is A main and Hunter's here.
He's landed his knife out though. He's not expecting this, and he's going to be screaming at his screen. Bomb is A main. What are you doing?
Yeah, especially because NiKo would have called 2 in cave. Like, so
cave.
aggressive. But they have a bit of work ahead of them here, Mongols, if they want to break the finances of G2. Snacks and Malbs, they're struggling a little bit, but drops are more than possible. The first round on the board, 5-1 scoreline. And a round that started with the opening kill going in the favor of G2. Again, just clearing that smoke. Is that Mouse?
Sounded like Mouse.
Either Mouse or Sashi.
Yeah, some fantastic head-to-heads in these very important best of 3s.
Look how isolated Hunter is. Just look at the minimap top left, and we can even see with the X-ray. He's just on his absolute lonesome, trying to puff up his chest and seem bigger than he is. Now spotted and dead. So that's the flip side of the coin. That one stings.
Yeah, Snacks yet to frag.
Oh.
And this is going to be a very important first. Takes down Techno, and he's supported by NiKo. Locked out of B now. Mongols have to find other options. A smoke towards the red room will facilitate presence. Donut occupied by Malbs.
Snacks doesn't have a gun. Oh, there we go. He's just found the M4. I think he was trying to pick up that AK.
Big test for Malbs here. Don't think Mazinho caught a whiff just yet. Oh, still alive, Molly, and a fight. Blitz brings him down.
Malbs seemed quite confident in some interviews about the positions and how he'd been doing so far in practice, but that's one thing. Temple now for NiKo as he investigates the A bomb site alongside Amonisi.
Got their finger on the pulse as to the possibilities. Monacy in particular, 11 frags already, 6 rounds deep.
I like this push from NiKo, but Mazinho may have the timing that wins the round.
Certainly a gap.
Bombs
Snacks, will he be cleared? Will Blitz opt for the right side? It's likely he prefers the right. Now the left and a dink. Puts Blitz low. Information on the bomb. Rotation through, but this is where Mazinho strikes. Beautiful from Mazinho. Patience rewarded. NiKo thrust into a very tight clutch. 1v3 heading up the ramp side. Some residual damage. Mazinho vulnerable. Blitz even more so. And it's his first fight onto the healthiest member, 9-10. Trade potential on Blitz. Will NiKo anticipate the swing? If he can isolate 9-10, it's clean. And no swing from Blitz, playing the time, but it's not planted for them. It's not planted for them. The molly should be fine, covers the bases, and no kit for NiKo. He's running out of time, and he's run out of options. Trying to take some 1 or 2 with him. Blitz closes it down. It's a Mongols round.
Okay, well, I think the Mongols have done a great job in the last 2 rounds of being able to settle G2 somewhat. Hunter getting isolated over towards middle is where everything went wrong, or at least started to. Snacks getting one back, but still quite strung out. And G2, again, being extremely proactive, it meant that they weren't just together. Right? NiKo was on the other side, trying to clear out, get themselves some information, and having to stand on the barrel of a bit of an eco at G2. Mongols, financial supremacy. Should be great for the third. Deagle on NiKo, Hunter, 5-7, USPs for Monacy and Snacks, and Malbs with the P250.
Is Snacks going for a Zeus rush? Is that what he's cooking? Oh, down goes NiKo, and he is burrowed into the corner, hoping for a cheeky zap.
Even got the skin.
Oh, I do fancy one of them. Don't think I've got a single Zeus kill in an actual game before.
No, and every time you buy it and you don't get it, you feel like a bit of a tit.
Trace has this bad habit of dropping me one, saying, go have some fun, and I don't want to. I don't want to have fun.
Okay, well, it's something to learn where things went wrong last night in your your officials.
Yeah. Get a best of 5 against the Arabic talent. We won.
He might get this. No, he won't get this.
No fun, you see? There's no fun to be had with a Zeus.
Yeah. Gonna get the fire. Well, they're just going to make mincemeat of this B defense. Last 2 individuals to be found. And Monacy. Heck no. Crispy work. Up to 7 for him. 2 rounds the difference.
See, Senzu just threw it away. Doesn't want any of that.
Yeah, rubbish.
What if I accidentally press my knife twice? Huh? Running around with a Zeus.
I'm also not a fan of the fun, so.
No. This is Counter-Strike.
Exactly. It's serious business.
You want fun? Go play Hello Kitty Adventure. Or whatever you prefer.
Or Valorant or something like that.
Yeah, there's kiddies in that too, isn't there? Or dogs.
Okay. Oh, there's a bit of a gap.
Oh, that's an AWP out of the equation early. 9-10. He was feeling confident, but put back in his place quickly by Mr. Osipov.
Probably thought they were going to do the smoke break again, because they'd done it so many rounds on red, but they went for the double mollies mid. You saw the evolution on Ancient a while back where it was a lot more of that door molly as opposed to the deep elbow, but we're just going to contact in towards B. That's the response at a Mongol. cs2 in past the line of sight.
This is going to be interesting. What's their flight path? Do they anticipate this distant angle on the cross from Nico? Gets his chance and a little shy. Just whistles a couple past the shoulder of Blitz.
Feels like a save, doesn't it?
Considering the finances, it would be well advised, unless someone finds something soon. Snacks perhaps a wall bang, but they're looking safe. Now smoked, it does seem like a save, maybe the best port of call. Don't want to be putting all of your guns into this one.
With no kid, it just becomes a very difficult conversation. There you go. Maybe that'll entice them now.
Still uncomfortable with the smoke situation. Snacks smoking long off, will isolate Blitz a little, but covered by cs2. Techno finds it.
All in vain.
Get out of there. 3 rifles saved. Making sure I'm not speaking too soon as they are trial-edged at heaven. Smoke to facilitate. Oh, Monacy. Caught off despite his early pick.
This is a nice little save, though. Hunter getting 9-10's AWP for Monacy. That wouldn't have been possible otherwise, so that's actually a nice save. Monacy can drop a rifle, Hunter can buy one for himself. They can have a full rifle round again, Alex.
Yeah, recovered 4v5. Losing 9-10 early, doesn't matter.
Okay, well, this is going to be a tactical timeout called by G2. Taz with the opportunity to get on the microphone, confer his ex-teammate. I guess they're current teammates.
Yeah.
But ex-player teammate of major fame.
I mean, this is there's so many, you know, elements of Counter-Strike that you couldn't imagine. You couldn't make it up.
No.
Snacks and Taz reunited in 2024. In G2. What is going on? It's very exciting to see Snacks in a G2 jersey. Not something I thought I'd be seeing, but absolutely curious. I'd say I'm morbidly curious as to see what happens here and what happens next.
I don't think it was on anybody's radar.
Oh, God, no.
It was a very surprising pickup, obviously discussed to no end. Snacks, do you have a gun? We're still... Okay, we're late. We're very late out of spawn, and nobody's currently on the B-bomb side.
Could have been exploited. It hasn't been. How are they to know?
Well, that's very fortunate, isn't it?
Yeah, goodness me. Gosh, that could have been one hell of a quick round, couldn't it? There's just bomb
Still faffing around with guns.
That's safe, man. That's safe. Still, Hunter, he's flexing up. He's got the smoke up and just starts to throw some bullets down range. Nade as well. Chips a little away on Techno, down to 70. Very light in the util department. I don't even see a flash, so they can't even really make a play. Oh, I hadn't considered the wallbang headshot.
Yeah, just keep shooting.
To the right of the bucket, Chad. That's what I learned. To the right of the bucket. And cs2's catching flak from the very limited util I just mentioned. That last HE puts him on 20. Bomb towards the B doors, but with cs2 still having a little shop. Picks up the bomb and has a decision to make. 50 seconds for the Mongols to try and rectify this man disadvantage.
The biggest drama, if they do want to pivot back towards A, is going to be Monacy's scavenged AWP. So Snacks looking to block them off on K. 40 seconds now. Mal's even has a smoke, so corralled. Have to force through this.
Making good use of their little util. Monacy punishes onto Blitz. That AWP now a real threat towards the main position. Monacy remains composed, but how has he not gone down to that one? Headshot angle and adjusted to Mazinho. Monacy farming. He was under so much pressure there. Multiple players, Molly at his feet, but composure demonstrated by Monacy.
Given a couple of opportunities, wasn't he? Bullets whistling past the ear. Felt like he should have been finished off, but was able to course correct. Up to 16 frags is Monacy, and another conversation is going to be, you know, how is he going to go in a new iteration of the roster? Because there's a big conversation at who the best in the world is right now. Monacy's embedded in that alongside of Donk and Zywoo. But classic Monacy on show today.
Yeah, look at that scoreline. I mean, in that Ancient that I did misquote previously, he was the one having the comfortable day in the office, and he had 18 frags. The rest of his team didn't break 10 in their 13-4 loss. So he's certainly comfortable on the map for the boys. But it is a question of, you know, the supporting cast. You've got Nico and Malbs on this roster as well. There's a lot of firepower. especially once we get to the second half of play.
I think the T side is where it's more interesting for me in terms of everything being a little bit more in place, whereas the CT side, having Malbs change roles, that's been a huge conversation. It's not something that, like, from our perspective, while we're doing the game live, it's hard to harp on that because you're not focused on the guy the entire time. He's in these less active positions, but when the action comes his way, he's expected to go 1-for-1.
Well, here's action for you. He's pushed A main very aggressively. As a anchor, occasionally you get the freedom to go for a little bit more of a walkabout, and already pushed up A main as they concede middle.
Huge gap. Nobody patrolling Donut just yet, as m0NESY will try and fill that void. They know that the red slip is a possibility. Hunter having to tend to that, but from afar. So they're turtled up in towards the sites. This is a defense that has been pipped so far. So looking to thread the needle are Mongols. Is it going to be an A wrap? Definitely trying to harass over towards the bomb site.
It's a distraction, Chad. It's a distraction, and it's worked. Now they catch him out, and down goes NiKo and m0NESY. Wrapping into B, though, that is where the lion's share of the defense remains. And that's a nice angle, just in front of the ramp. Smoke, perfect from the Mongols.
Wasn't telegraphed either. Obviously, G2 didn't have information over towards middle, but the fact that they didn't throw the traditional smokes that you would see, they just contacted in, caught a couple of players off guard, and are now setting themselves up for their fifth. Malbs can't consider going for this one. Bomb goes down, and the hunt has already started. Now, careful now, Blitz. Does have the support of Techno, so if they do rumble his position, they'll start to encroach. Everybody in their way. Rip this rifle out of the hands of Malbs if they can. Oh,
nice.
Just run in, mate. Go and defuse.
He is pretty cracker, Chad. Oh, never mind. He's actually hitting every headshot he swings into. So he's making it costly, that's for sure.
Final round, next round. As long as they don't lose this AWP, everything's good. So it's for the stats.
Okay, okay.
Also, I guess could help him drop something into the next round as well.
Some kills,
so
yeah.
The finances.
He gets away with his life.
Terrorists win.
We should have rifles in the hands of everybody. Malbs should be able to facilitate if there is any qualms. But this is it, just contact. NiKo going to go, well, okay, hold up a second. And everybody just ripped apart. Some clean shooting from the Mongols to make this a one-round game.
Really like that from cs2 as well. Like, he knew what the play was, and so coming up ramp, puffing up his chest, forcing them off of the site, and then finding them through the smoke as well. Like, he played his role to perfection, and the Mongols have closed this gap. It started very strong for G2 off the back of the pistol, but this has been Mongols now just seizing control. Can they wrap it up, tie it up? 6-6. Clear of the red smoke. They time it well on the re-peak. This Snax actually active towards the cave position. He's got nothing to report as well. Nothing B lane. It's a lot of info early for G2 with the doors smoked. They've got B on lock. Mid the question mark. And look at the gamble. Look at this. You can see that they can start to maneuver a third piece over. Well, now only two. Hunter's been caught out by cs2. Malbs good for it. Oh, and NiKo builds upon it. Mid clear. Bomb down. Now just up to 9-10. And now it's truly just 9-10. Support down, Monzinho gone, and it is a 7th for G2 on the half. Welcome back, everybody, for the second half of play. First map of a
Вторая половина.
must-win series for both of these
Let's go.
teams. It's cutthroat here at the Esports World
Snacks
Cup.
me радует.
Counter-Strike 2 day 1. We got Malms and Snacks in G2 jerseys. They're taking on the Mongols, and we are on Ancient. I've got Chad Sponge Birchall, a Counter-Strike aficionado, to pick his brain as we continue throughout this series. And Chad, first half, any thoughts?
I like the way that G2 started. Very aggressive, very proactive Counter-Strike, getting into the face of the Mongols, not really letting them settle in. But then when the game changed, Mongols able to break through with a couple of nice rounds. Some tidy shots, I thought, from the Mongols to break back in. And a very competitive half, I would say, par for the course. 6-6, 7-5. Seems to be what we're expecting in the MR12s. But we're back underway with a pistol round. And now it's G2's turn on the attack. Malbs unleashed. Will that be the story of the second half?
Okay, long smoke and flashes from Snacks. Pressure towards the B site, and it doesn't help, but cs2's catching bullets early. Malbs on the warpath. m0NESY builds upon it. B site has fallen. And just like that, G2 are on fast track to take both pistols here on map 1.
Tends to be the recipe for success in that format I just mentioned. More maps ahead, but this would be the best way to kick off the debut with Malbs and Snacks, the G2 colors. Very tough retake.
And a clean one from Azinho, nearly a second, covered by NiKo. They've made it competitive, but just not quite enough. Not enough bodies for the trading game. m0NESY and Hunter close it out with a frag each. It is going to be both pistols for G2.
All right. Well, I've seen some conversation online regarding how things are going to function forward with the playoff bracket as well as the resurrection bracket. So the resurrection is the best of one single elimination. The playoff bracket is the best of threes, running yourself in for that.
Пропустил раунд.
Now,
5-8
there'll be
вижу.
reseeding done in both. So once the resurrection bracket is complete, whoever comes through there, everything will be reseeded based off the ESL World Rankings, I do believe. So you have to keep your eyes and ears out for that, because there has been some conversation. Oh, you know, if these guys beat these guys, that means Spirit versus Mouse in the second round. No, there'll be some reseeding, everybody. So keep tuned for all that information, as we should have quite an easy round ahead for G2.
Oh, lovely. NiKo knows his lineups, finds Techno. He's found wallbang kills on both sides through the boards.
Find another.
Yeah, gosh. Done his homework. Handed it in early. Teacher's pet.
This would have to be some absolute bangers from Blitz to make the round interesting. Body shot softens up NiKo.
Couple of chances and 3 bullets connecting, but insufficient. Just the one casualty. Rifles are maintained.
Легкий
Wow,
5-9.
perfect. They actually bring both of the AKs through.
У Снакса впервые
So nothing of value
4-9.
was lost as the 9th round is already on the board for G2. It's such a small gap now, this MR12 with both pistols, as you were talking about. It can feel like it's running away from the Mongols. This is their map pick. Puts a whole lot of weight onto this first gun round on their CT side.
You're having to do it the hard way, Mongols, in both of these halves. So let's see if they can make a statement a little bit earlier. This looks like it's going to be a complete A-play. Red smoke, but Hunter's lined up this donut from spawn, and they're going to be tearing in towards the A side. 9-10 to respond from donut. He'll be smoked off in a second.
Has to play ahead of it. Gets his first, gets out, smoked off, and support is there just in time. Azinho, before the smoke does bloom. No reload. He's going to have to fall away now for it. They've got space, but distinct advantage. Can anyone claw something back for G2? Spam finds cs2. Snacks pushing smokes and nothing. Azinho ready to receive. They were trying to punish onto cs2, but now it just believes Hunter and NiKo with the world against them. 5 to find. Your positions noted. CTs have rotated. Just feels like a matter of time for Mongols to get this first gun round converted cleanly. NiKo peeks into the AWP, and it's 9-10, both opening and closing to get their CT side started.
Huge that he's able to get the opening pick, and also it's on m0NESY, who was on a bit of a tear within that first half. 19 for 8, currently sitting at the tippy top of the scoreboard. So for 9-10, that's a pressure situation. He's the individual from Donut, hearing all the steps, stampeding towards his site. Also has to play ahead of this smoke. Uses it to get away, and Azinho, traditional A anchor, gets over and contributes as well. And that was Snacks trying to make a bit of a play. You're down in numbers. He hears the reload. When he jumped into it, I think it gave Azinho a little bit of a heads up what to expect. But are able to cobble together something, G2. There's AKs, a Galil, Tech 9, and a Mac 10 for m0NESY. Standard opener for them. Red smoke, cave smoke. They've also got an extinguish in middle to try and apply a bit of pressure. Will this be a late mid-control from Mongols hoping to still pressure Tetris and jump up? Does look like they're in transition forward to take this fight as Nico tries his luck back at the fair. Seeing what prizes he can take home from this B bomb site wallbang.
Blitz spots out Snax and does adjust to the lower elevation, taking down m0NESY. That's 2 opening deaths for m0NESY. Will it result in a Mongols round? Oh, it looks like it might do. Mazinho catching Snax midair, Nico with the trade.
A's open right now, so big questions. Mongols will have to respect this and send someone to the A site to at least investigate Donut. The bomb on the back of Hunter, still towards B, and now it's just 9-10. Good weapon for the job. Can play some deep angles. No smoke, just a flash and a molly to try and break their way in G2. cs2 investigating on his lonesome. Techno doing the same. In this type of environment, take information, then regroup for the finish. 30 seconds.
Yeah, you can see he's going to be there right on time. Right on cue.
9-10 has a molly for the plan, even if they're getting towards the site.
cs2 even has a smoke, but not going to deploy it. Nico clears out Cubby, worrying now about that short angle. cs2 can catch him on the search, but Nico, sharp shooting, does adjust, wins the duel. Bomb can be planted, and they've actually caught out 9-10, head in hands as they let that one go. A 2v3 crumbling before us as we witness Techno attempt to try and get his way back in. The molly will fade, the last of their nades, but Nico opting for 9-10's AWP and a sitting duck to close. Lovely conversion from G2.
And that should be the map, right? That's going to break a lot of things here, and maybe just the mental of the Mongols as well, because that was their round. You could see 9-10 aware of what I'd highlighted with that incendiary, but pulled it out to stop the plan instead of getting ready for that heads-up duel. cs2 getting caught off guard. I thought he had the jump on Nico. He was the one moving in towards the fight, but not as precise. And that is a nice round to win for G2.
Oh, Mara as well, not happy with what he's seeing. And as you said, broken. You can see Blitz realizes how important this round is. No matter how low the chances are, you do want to try and put up a fight to avoid that 11th.
Well, there is an opener for m0NESY, this time not a death, Alex.
Short. Techno will recover the rifle, but there's 3 of them staring at him. Nico, he's not going to let that one go easy. And with 5 alive, this B site's been taken by force. They haven't even taken the bomb. They just need the frags, and it's just Mazinho left.
Well, this is the recipe that we talk about with G2. I think when you go back to them lifting the titles, Hunter and JKS having a lot of impact in the playoff game. Back to them lifting the titles, Hunter and JKS having a lot of kills. It'd be great because they're flashy.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for. They're flashy stars. You know, they're not those boring stars. They get it done. Oh, plucks him out of mid-air. Beautiful stuff. 2 of them, a bit of a wombo combo right now. m0NESY doing most of his work on the CT side. Nico with that round with his cousin alongside, essentially just to plant the bomb. But that's, like I said, pretty much the game, or the map.
That's what they're aiming for, though, in terms of the recipe for success. In terms of first official, having a look at it, Nico and m0NESY performing as they are. Snax doing his best Hooksy impression. It's all working out. And actually, G2 are with their full roster. You know, we don't have any Stewie 2Ks or stand-in situations after
Jason's dismay.
Yeah. G2.
Where were we before G2?
Nowhere, really.
Well, not the perfect mid-smoke, but it'll do.
Fighting mid. Techno pushing smoke. Blitz has managed to do a lot of damage with that 5-7. If he's going to anticipate Snags.
Might go past each other in the smoke.
Okay, a little bit of a play to be made here from
back
Blitz.
in cave.
Oh, there's something to be said about this now. He's managed to get away, reposition. Snax has lost him. He can't quite work out where he's gone, and now timing again. Your back is turned. The 5-7's there. The cover, however, look at the health. Nico, Hunter, bleeding out. Snax now put on 3 HP. This is insanity. There's less than 100 health between the 4 remaining players.
But they don't know that. Blitz isn't aware of how much damage he did through the mid-smoke.
Unconfirmed, but still very much poised for a Mongols round here. Zinho's active.
Yeah, he's on high alert, isn't he?
Yeah, for sure.
Don't want to overstep the mark and give away a bit of a freebie, but he's cleared. He's not pushing. He's still just going to hold the line. If they win the round like this...
Well, and I have a horrible sinking feeling that if they were to lose one player on B. They with the lack of information,
This would just, G2 moments away from disaster. Now the push from Mazinho, surely they'll hedge a player back. Senzu coming over to join the fun.
20 seconds. Senzu knows it's likely going to be towards his site now. Mazinho's called it clear. This is the frag. This is the one he needs. Util's good. Flashed off. And down goes 9-10. Good one for the first. Multi-kill delivered by Senzu. A round-winning spray to secure the 7th. But you can see Blitz gets a lot of props for that one, albeit now it's confirmed. That 5-7 did work.
Yeah, Senzu just had to blow them over there, didn't he? Well, a lifeline extended. Mongols, Blitz, the in-game leader. Gets them back in it. Allows them to keep their head above water for at least a few rounds longer.
And that was with a 5-7 because he went for the hero rifle in the previous. Makes it work.
And it looks horrible, doesn't it? Because Senzu's so blind. 9-10 goes down for 3, and then just comes down. He huffs and he puffs and he blows G2 down. Well, Hunter, the one operating with a MAC-10 this time. Door smoke, Snacks again. Fast up towards cave. Malbs executes. You get to see his aim on display, so a good 5 for him, up to 12. Decapitates Blitz, the hero of the previous. Now things can simmer forward. Mongols, do you respond with aggression? 9-10 knows that nobody's crossed red.
The fight. Wow. 9-10 struggles to connect the dots. His teammates do not. Senzu, Mazinho, and Techno. I'm just giving you a roster rundown as they do mow down the G2 competition.
That was actually beautiful because as soon as Mazinho gets smoked off, 9-10 is already looking for that fight. He's completely open to heaven. Mazinho pushes through the smoke, and they're just able to clamp down on middle. Monacy noted now, 40 seconds. Can Molly out the pocket? But everybody's here, and they should be able to finish this one off. Don't give him too many opportunities. You saw what happened in that first half. As they were able to get themselves up to 8. Mongols back in after losing the opening kill. So really well done.
Так, глядите, и проиграть можно. Сейчас это...
Was it a wallbang kill?
I believe so. Let me have a look at this kill feed when it comes through. Oh, it's going to be a little delayed, isn't it?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Slightly.
Snacks 6-13 весело.
Punch down to an eco. I'm just going to use this moment to...
Думали, заиграет.
I'm going to use this moment just to quickly take a look at what's going on. FaZe versus FlyQuest. Mouse versus Sashi.
I've got my eyes on Sashi here. Intrigued to see how high they can fly. And it does look like they're staying competitive map 1.
Tame that spray, Techno. Eventually does, and well, they've been able to crack in towards the A site, taken 9-10's AWP away, and have given that to the kid.
This scares me. Yeah.
It should do.
A bomb plant and Monacy with an AWP. Never mind. Monazinho, an important, integral denial of the plant. Really limits what Monacy can contribute. With Malbs so low, the chances of a plant, the chances of Monacy being able to kind of pick them off as they encroach, it's been nullified. Doing it the hard way are the Mongols. Finding their footing after early struggles. Now Monacy forced to be active. He knows it really is all on him. A missed shot.
Saving?
Potentially, yeah. Prioritizing the AWP into the next. It's something to be celebrated from this round. It was just a Deagle search.
Well, he faded away with the step, so now they have to investigate it. You can see they peeled an individual. That pushed Blitz back towards middle.
У нас Каташи 2 килла уже сделал, 22-11.
And Monacy blocks Mazinho from the corner.
Вот тут есть шанс выиграть. Если пришли стрелявшие 39.
If they live to tell the
Рентер не перестрелял. Все, ГГ.
Ran out of bullets.
9-11. Поздравляем.
So keeping themselves composed after what felt like a very threatening Monacy round.
Especially Techno there, who struggled with that spray towards middle. But great stuff from Monacy, right? He fakes the fadeaway with the steps. It actually baited a player to have to consider middle with that flank coming through, and then does damage. So good attempt considering the circumstances. It all opened up with this Deagle kill. Bang, 9-10 destroyed. So a threatening round, even though it was a very light investment for G2. Rifles come back out. That plan to luxury going to help them a little bit in the finances, but a decent attempt considering the circumstances. 9-10. But a few frustrations throughout this map.
Yeah, it's either Nico or Monacy sitting on his ass at the moment.
This might be a bit more B-centric. You can just see it's Malbs contending with middle early, just throwing out that heaven molly. Snack's still using the cave smoke to worm his way up, but they've started 4 bodies B lane, and now it's their turn to contact.
Okay, into 9-10 Zorp. This is his chance to get some revenge and set Mongols up for success. Onto Nico, no less. Malbs, well, pays a heavy price, but does knock the skull off of Blitz.
I thought that was out of liquid.
Yeah, he's furious about that one.
Fallen upwards.
I've got nothing.
Not a lot you could do with...
Well
he no longer has to play the cello.
Oh, okay. Chad, the break looks good on you.
I think it's really impressive for Mongols to make this so competitive. And if they walk away winning this map as well, considering not winning either pistol, you're having to fight against their momentum. And they've been able to do so. Blitz going to have to highlight his 5-7 damage round as a key turning point after a bit of a mare in the previous.
Yeah.
So the fact that they've been able to at least draw this back to a 1-round game, G2, you can just see how passive they are on the radar, and with only 25 seconds left, saving having to be their best option.
Yeah, they tried their luck up the ramp. I suspect it's not something they'll return to or be in a hurry to return to, considering how quickly this round fell apart for G2.
Well, that's the thing, right? As soon as you know the individual on short taking that type of a line, you're going to swing because you think, okay, unless they're playing a 3v setup, which they were, you know, we should be able to get away with this. And it was the AWP patrolling that long line of sight. The alley-oop, the team bait. Mongols up to 10. I feel another plant is going to be very necessary for G2 to make sure that these last tail rounds of this regulation period aren't just higgledy-piggledy buys. Want to get everybody fully invested. You want the AKs out with all the util Monacy into the AWP if possible as well. But they've shoved around the AKs, knowing the way that the finances are going to trickle. It's Galils instead of AKs, Deagle for Nico, and straight up to B. Could be a rush.
Okay, Snacks punishing the smaller molly. Oh, and they're in. A missed shot, a missed spray. Doesn't go untraded. It's good from Hunter. Even better from 9-10. Malb taken down. Hunter, white screen. A freebie, you'd think. Still manages to get the bullets onto Blitz. It's Monacy with the Galil that turns the tables. A chance for Mazzinho, making this clutch look doable as he isolates Monacy. And it's a Nico Deagle for the 12. Hard work from everyone there. Monacy and Nico combined to pull it across the line.
And that right there is one of those little details with the change in the incendiary. You highlighted it well, that you can really exploit that if you can get out of that choke point, right? If you're not bogged down, if they're not ready for the rush, if they don't throw the molly with the HEs to slow you in it, you can use that smoke, you can get past it without taking an awful lot of damage. And it felt like even though they had the runway, Snacks not converting that initial kill was their undoing. But great work, and Hunter fired up about that one. 12 secure just as the chips look down. Oh, what do Mongols have remaining in the tank? A Famis, an MP9. Techno like the way that the 5-7 looked in the hands of his leader. He's going to whip that one out. They've got smokes almost across the board. A couple incendiaries. Diffuse kit, 9-10's AWP. Can that be the difference maker? It's overtime or bust for Mongols on their map pick. Inferno up next.
They have to be. Starting with some mid-control and some mid-aggression. Ooh, Blitz, he had his charge, long range. It puts Snacks down to 12 with just an MP9. And Mazzinho braves it, takes him down, finishes the job that his leader started. There's the AWP from 9-10. He's going to be run down, but just about gets away. Mazzinho finds another. Nico not happy with that one. This 5v2 quickly falling into favor of the Mongols. We are going to see every round of regulation.
They just B-rush again?
You might have to.
Is it the Malbs 1v5? On debut.
That would be something. And you can see that they've calculated this one. Don't want to let anything else go down. After losing Blitz, they will batten down the hatches. Donut,
Alexi
red room,
B.
mid is off limits.
I guess just seeing if you can upgrade the FAMAS and the Galil to an AK or an M4, that'd be nice for Mongols.
Bit of chip damage onto the AWP.
Knows where 2 are now.
Some information certainly, and with bait of the shot and confirmation, oh, 2 of the 4. You can certainly assume one occupies B doors.
It
Looks like he's posturing to save. So if he gets hunted after time, that would be absolutely miserable for Malbs. There'll be no cash in the back pocket, and they are slowly encroaching on his position. He's going to tuck in towards spawn. 14 seconds, guys. This could be absolute disaster for Malbs.
So they clear mid as a unit, but then there is going to be a window of opportunity if they were to start to search.
Oh, okay.
Okay, comfortable.
Yeah, no, guys, he's definitely not here.
I can confirm it.
Everybody having a look. So Malbs, fortunate, gets to hold on to the AK-47. It's going to be the absolute best weapon they have to carry through into the final round of regulation. As I said, do you just rush B again?
Who's got the spawn?
It looks like Monacy, right? So slightly ahead of Malbs, who's right next to him. Those two could be the entry pack. Red smoke thrown out, and it won't be the all-in B rush. So what do you do with some light upgrades? You've got your MAC-10s, you've got your Tech-9s.
Yeah, you heard the extinguish. It implies early presence towards Tetris. 2 CTs investigating, and it's clean from Azinho. There's Malbs with that AK. Saved it for a reason as he looks to save G2 from overtime. Man advantage. cs2 activates towards the ramp. Obscured by the smoke is Nico on the cubby. On the fade, he's unable to connect the dots. Equalizing from cs2.
Huge push.
Oh, Monacy so aware of these potential slips on CT and here on T. Catches cs2 taking that risk. It's been punished. It's up to Techno now, and oh, it's a clean one from Malbs. All falls onto the shoulders of 9-10 to take the Mongols map pick to overtime. And there's the first. Malbs caught out. Bomb heading A. Monacy to take the space. Bomb down, Monacy to activate. It's up to 9-10. Is he anticipating this close angle? It's impossible with the AWP. A well-swung trade. And it's all over on Ancient. 13-11. G2 taking the first map of their first official.
All right, well, we got Inferno coming up next, but Malbs with that saved AK-47 being the difference maker. And some big smiles on the faces. G2 on debut with 1 map in their back pocket. We got some analysts standing by to break this one down, and Yanko doesn't have a smile on his face just yet.
Oh, but don't worry, because
thanks you, Chad.
Yeah, we can find a way. I'm sure we can find a way. A lot of yelling going on around here, but for obvious reasons. This game got very close. You look at what Mongols did, but for G2, without Monacy, this is a different game.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, it's a bit poetic that they win that final round based off of the AK saved on Malbs. He finds 2 entries, right, sort of showing what he's capable of as well.
Yeah, I think the difference from the CT side to the T side of Malbs is a cool story to follow. You could, of course, glaze Monacy and Nico the whole segment if you wanted to, and that would be rightful. It was incredible what they were able to put through. Clutches, the 2v3 from Nico as well, which is an ace in itself. But Malbs on the T side, I think, really sort of shed through the frustration he had to go through on the CT side. Sometimes a weakness targeted by Mongols, but on the T side, when he got to dictate a little bit when he was fighting, last round is a very good example. Double kill opening from Malbs with the AK. Great work from him. But it is by the smallest margin. You consider Mongols lose both pistols, conversions, clutches on top, and it's still a 24-round affair.
Yeah, it ended up still being very close, but we see a lot of those in MR12, just the nature of it at the moment. And yeah, I think you could see also a little glimpse for the G2 and this lineup, and especially for Malbs, you know, on the CT side, a couple of situations where obviously look back and say maybe a little bit better awareness, you know, when they had the man advantage, you know, you don't need to maybe search for fight, just understanding the macro of the round, right? But you could see how G2 sort of gives it to him on the T side a little bit more, allowing him to go for some of those early aggressive plays, for some of his own moves. So it's like, okay, we know we're shafting you,
You'll be
with
rewarded.
making you play anchor on the CT side. You don't get your roles, but we'll still make sure you have space on T side to do something, not just completely, put you outside the game.
Yeah, that was, I mean, you were talking about poetry. I think the way he just put that is probably the best poetry we could have possibly asked for. I kind of want to circle back just briefly. If we look at the ancient game, moreover, if we look at Malbs joining this team, right, or Snacks, and sort of we think about that pressure that's applied, say, when Hooksy joined, and like the community response, what do we get now? Where do we see that community response to these two joining?
I think there's been a fair amount of doubts and second thoughts out there when it comes to this lineup. Not a whole lot of people have welcomed it as the absolute solution. People will look at it as in a transitory way, if you will. So maybe not a whole amount of pressure. I mean, the G2 jersey will always come with a little bit of it. But honestly, I don't think this is the most pressured lineup there is. In fact, most people are just thinking, yeah, that's a cool one. I'm just waiting for the sequel. Like, number 2 is fine. Surely there's a sequel coming over.
Yeah, there will be a sequel in this series. You know what? Let's do that. Let's go to a break. We'll come back. We'll have Inferno, G2's pick, and we're going to see if G2 can lock it in right here. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
Something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
The Mongols pick into Ancient. They dropped that one. It was a close game, all things considered. Now we look in for the future of what we got going on here, which is G2 versus the Mongols. Inferno will be the next port of call, but we have so many games of Counter-Strike going on over here. I would be remiss to not mention the fact that the other games are equally as close.
Yeah, we're hearing shouting. What's going on? You want to give us a temperature check? Or
I mean, I can do the best I can possibly do with what I have on hand. Or you guys can guess who was yelling.
Sound like FaZe.
Yeah, I would say so.
Think so?
I do think the other game is done, so that leaves FaZe FlyQuest happening now.
Yeah. So FaZe FlyQuest found their way into overtime, shockingly. Also from the side of Sashi beating Mao. So we had that going on as well.
First map
of the tournament, and these things are
map
normal.
pick, Nuke as well.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep an eye on that, a side eye, because our main eye, or both our eyes, we're not like Cyclopses, but you guys get where I'm going here. We're talking a little bit about Inferno. And when I'm doing that, I'm talking about Snacks and slotting him in on the CT side.
Well, CT side, I don't think is going to be as big of a problem as the T side, right? I think we know CT side, Malv is going to play Pit, Snacks is going to most likely play B with Nico. That's what I imagine happening, but it's on the T side where he'll most likely have to also sort of be in banana with Nico, and it's all about those little timings, different ways how you're going to approach banana control, exchange of utility, and that's going to take some reps to get used to, right? Because Snacks didn't play Inferno with Gamer Legion.
No, and just to stay on the CT topic for half a second, I think we saw on Ancient already that his positioning and understanding of what's happening in situation is still up to par, but the shooting at times, like mechanically, was a little bit complicated. He got punished a couple times by Mongols, and we know that Huxi was questionable in terms of individual performance, but he and Nico had found ways to play together. Like they had different ways they could take banana. They had the selflessness of Huxi that was needed at times for Nico to shine. I don't think they will be there already between Snacks and Nico. I think it's going to be a bit more discombobulated. Maybe there's something to be played here for Mongols.
And I think also this whole tournament for G2 most likely is just getting used to each other still. I mean, they've had, maybe 10 days of practice with the new lineup. You can't expect things to mesh super well after such a short time, and also getting some of the jitters out of the way. I mean, even for someone like Snacks, sure, he's a veteran player, but he's back on a tier 1 team after a long time. And for Malvs, it's getting into the sort of big spotlight for the first time in his career, really, and that's gonna take some getting used to.
Yeah, and we're talking a little bit about this, that previous player there for G2 in Nexa. Now, I believe that was the exact verbiage I heard on my walk over here, but what I want to say is him in that pit, is that necessarily going to follow that trend of liability?
I don't think so. And listen, it's not only a problem like with Nexa, it wasn't just that mechanically he was super bad and couldn't get the kills. For me, the bigger problem was sort of the one-dimensional approach and sort of just playing the same positions over and over again and not having more versatility, playing. I mean, pit. People say pit. You don't need to be pit.
Yeah,
like
true.
You can play balcony, you can play double balcony, you can play double sight, right? Like it's you and the other rifler and whoever the third person is, whether it's Monacy on the op or Monacy on B and it's another rifler. It's you deciding how you're going to defend the bomb site.
And I like that you take this angle because I do think with practice and with all these reps, you get to a point where you have this portfolio of setups, and then it's your responsibility as an anchor to say, hey, listen, next round, let's do X, Y, Z. Like, this is what we need to do, and that's going to happen. Now, the premise is that they are not at that position yet. They're not at that point yet. But we get to test how spontaneously he can come up with ideas.
Right.
Can he be a bit more aggressive? I think he had a podcast interview with Darth Mike as well, where he said, I'm going to try to still do my thing. I'm going to try to still play Counter-Strike that I want to play. I'm not going to disrespect and disregard the setup. I'm not going to throw it out the window, but I'm also not going to disappear into whatever mold they want me to be in. And I think this is a good example to see. Does he dare to play an app? Does he dare to ask for Monacy to come with him? For maybe Hunter to double up into the app's position, the balcony position? This is where we get to see what he's made of, to on the fly be flexible to what's happening.
And I'm also looking forward more to the T side, right? And seeing a little bit more aggression from playing if he's going to be in that app's position on the T side as well with Hunter, how that dynamic is going to work. But I think for the side of Mongols, it's a little bit of, okay, they're the familiar quantity in this equation, but it's been a little bit of an underperformance. Sure, close game on Ancient, lost both pistols, but a little bit more output from the players individually, I think, would be very much welcome.
Almost warming up into it, dare I say. I mean, because there was a point there where Snacks wasn't having a good time on Ancient either, right? Like, so if you take that, you run with it. We talked a little bit about this game going the distance, perhaps, but does it end here?
Hey, let's win a pistol round if you're Mongols. You know, let's make life a little easier for yourself, and then we can start talking about map 3.
G2 don't lose Inferno.
Okay, well, I think that settles that cookie. I don't know how it crumbles on the other side. Let's find out with Chad and Machine.
Why, thank you very much, boys. Much love to Trace, Matthew, and of course, Yenko. We are ready to get this one underway. Our second map of the series between these two. And G2 don't lose Inferno, Chad. Would you echo the sentiment?
Why do you think he used my first name but your alias?
I was a bit intrigued as to that as well. I think it's because he considers you a friend and me a colleague.
Okay.
I think that would be
fair
it.
enough. All right. Well, we'll have to ask about that, and we'll have to ask about G2 and losing Inferno. So, look, I think going into this, something to keep in mind is what type of a weakness is Snax' T-side calls going to be, right? That's my question mark, because it was something over there on Gamer Legion, or we have a tech issue. Okay.
It's funny just watching Hunter try every single option of pause, stop, please, stop.
Well, if you use your manners, you tend to get what you want.
I think a please is very important. The admin team demand it.
Problem solved. We are getting back underway. I think we've seen readies. And there's, yep, okay. Everybody's ready.
Okay, wonderful.
But we have G2 starting on that aforementioned T side. Mongols need to bounce back on their opponent's map pick if they want to make a series of this and take us to Nuke as the third and decider. But I think as far as the debut goes for G2 to win on Ancient, kick things off with Nico, Monacy, and then Malbs performing, that's a very solid start. So let's see if they can have Lightning Strike twice.
I mean, I am intrigued as to whether or not Yenko's sentiment's going to hold weight with two new bodies being integrated into G2's roster. Sure, Inferno has always been a safe pick for the Samurai, but how does Snax adapt? How does Malbs adapt? It's going to be fun to find out as they start on the T side. I'm intrigued by the double HE. T side, double nades.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're trying to bully anyone that goes for early info towards bedroom by Mazinho. Just like that, the double dunk. And an early frag.
I felt like he was late to that as well. So the fact that the nades catch him, he actually ran into his demise. So a huge man advantage for G2 out the gates, looking for their third pistol. As Senzu will sit Nico on his ass. We're back to a 4v4. As they are knocking on this apartment door. U2 on the back of Hunter, who can smoke off long and flash them out the app side. As 9-10 playing for info. The A-bomb site's being given over.
Yeah, they're giving it to them. Blitz is just going to confirm the balcony is being occupied, takes a shot, not going to commit to the duel. I say as he does actually commit to the duel. And Monacy will take him down. Site is clear, bomb will be planted. Is this going to be the third pistol
Hunter
for G2?
Yeah, it's looking likely. This should be Senzu's kill every day of the week.
Clean.
Smoke for Techno, flash for Senzu, retake on.
Going to be time sensitive. 9-10 out the bow. It's a big and difficult fight towards the pit side. Monacy on it. And Malbs towards that mini pit. This is really hard to retake, and especially now damage has been done by Monacy, puts Senzu on notice. Malbs will finish off the job onto Techno. Monacy looking sharp on the Glock, and G2 finding their third pistol of this series so far.
Senzu did pick up the flash there off Hunter, right? That'd be the perfect little $200
God, it's a headshot. It's a headshot as well.
Get yourself into that pit position, right? A flash, then your balcony player can swing with it while they're suppressed. Obviously, can be difficult to flash the bike player. But yeah, Blitz going down as well. If he'd stayed alive, at least they know where they're contained to. They still work somewhat, but honestly, picking up where he left off.
I'm stealing the double HEs towards the bedroom. That's cool.
Well, it is going to be the Mongols with a 4-spy on the CT side. Plenty of Deagles. A couple of 5.7s. Smokes as well. Can't be so liberal with these HEs. You're going to have to peak your timing. And as I say that, they've already thrown out 2 to, well, very limited damage now. G2 will force their way up. Molly towards the mouth of Banana. 3 players make that 4. As Malbs with the bomb has made their way.
Oh, that's a lovely headshot from Senzu. And Monacy returns the favor straight through the boxes. Monacy, no problem through walls and no problem through smokes. He's taken down Techno. Now it forces Blitz isolated on the B side. And
Senzu
they will
gets
slow down.
A cracker like that, and then Monacy goes, hey, watch this.
Well, there's the last of the smokes.
Oh, dear, okay. Oh, there was a moment's worth of conversation until Monacy happened. You still have Hunter worrying about any aggressive maneuvers down mid and second mid, but they're just happy to park the bus. It's more than enough utility for G2 to execute. No mollies. Right, that is slight qualm. You can't clear out any of the close corners with the U2. Going to have to do it with the bodies. Is Hunter going to join the team? And I don't know if it's going to matter. Rotation of 9-10 on the way. Blitz back sight. Has a HE. Bit of, well, more than chip damage.
Yeah, that's lovely. Puts Monacy on 13, but it would require some headshots from 9-10. And he does post one and goes down all the same. Not too many casualties. Yeah, it got scary.
Couple kills, especially the opener, and then you have some damage. So slightly shaky, but handled for G2. And that was a force buy. So the third should be a guarantee.
Cracking shot.
He's sharp, isn't he, Senzu? I think if Donk didn't exist, he's definitely one of the rookies of the year so far.
Yeah, that's fair.
Unfortunately, Donk does exist. And Spirit will be playing later today.
Yeah, MIBR, an interesting one.
Na'Vi Furia as well, because I think, obviously Skulls didn't get a lot of shine in Liquid, but seeing how this new complexion of the roster, they were boot camping for about 2 weeks in Malta, so they've been playing European Counter-Strike. MIBR, I was talking to Drop, saying they were spending time in Portugal, so trying to get in the top tier level of competition when and where they can. Because it's going to be a long season. We have the major to conclude the second half of 2024 as our final event going down in China. That'll finish up on the 15th of December. But it's about timing your peaks. We're also coming off of the break, the type of format that we've been discussing with this tournament as well. We are missing some teams with roster changes at this one. No Cloud9. Obviously, we saw them add Icy, Inters, and of course, Heavy God.
One hell of a mix there. That's an eclectic combination.
Isn't it? That's alongside of Axel and Boomich. And then you've got Liquid with their changes. There you go. Nico's Revenge. Bit of a stack on B.
Oh, gets them both. And so does Techno. That's some long-range P250 work. Could have gotten awkward had Mazinho found Malbs. Puts him onto 36, but Techno noted. Bomb site lost, and the third round on its way.
You'd love a pistol, wouldn't you, Mongols? So when we do flick over to the second half, depending on how this first one unfolds, really need to secure that round because we talked about it during map number 1. They're having to do it the hard way. And a few slip-ups. This is one of the things with MR12. You talk to the players and, oh, yeah, you know, there's not as many rounds. It's hard to get back into games. It's just amplified the mistakes that you make or the rounds that you lose or the miracles that might happen against you. And if you're able to win a low buy round, it can have huge echoes.
Yeah, an 8-4 half feels great until you lose against the Deagle and suddenly it's 10-10.
Isn't it wild how quick the halves can turn around? And also when you have these score lines that are like 11-7 or something like that and you feel like you're in a pretty decent spot, you know, you can lose that lead so quickly if the money goes against you, right? You lose, then you have to force. Okay, well now it's 11-8, and it can really just get away from you quickly. A couple of tiny ones there from Techno.
Yeah, it can feel like you don't get the full gun round for an age. But here we go. It is a full gun round for the Mongols. Saving some extra pennies with that save Galil. Techno going to be wielding that. Wow, brave from 9-10. He fancies his chances towards second mid. 3 bodies, and he loses his life for it. It's info. Fortunately, Mazinho does take down Monacy, so humbles him, keeps it level, and blocks mid.
Such a necessary trade. The fact that 9-10's going for that move and doesn't get the kill, he's meant to be able to get away with the support of his team, but never mind. Hunter has already brute-forced out Palace. Now Nico's turn. Will he get the double up? The second, too difficult as Blitz gets him, and Malbs a 2v2.
Here we go now, Chad. Hunter has had the sight. Snacks delivers the package. Plans towards Cold Zera. Trying to get into this setup. What does Hunter opt for? Looking like Mini Pit might be his best option.
Yeah, they need some room.
Ooh, double trouble. Blitz coming in from Apps and Techno crawling quite quickly towards Haystack. This could get interesting. It's about the timing of this. Nade looks well placed. Right on the money. Puts Hunter down. Snack staring at the floor, hoping to be overlooked. He's going to be cleared. It's Techno that brings the round home, but Blitz, high impact again from their leader.
Just as it looked like Nico was going to get the double on the banana push, he was more than ready for that second. But Blitz, that grenade did 54 damage straight down the back pocket of Hunter. Couldn't have been better placed. They snatched that one away because that round had the mid trade. Hunter just waltzing out apps. It felt like it was all over Red Rover.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, nice round. They get the AWP back.
His first 3 kills and it's round defining, puts Mongols on the board.
I saw on Instagram, because Yanko liked it, he liked the Mongolian Olympic outfit.
Oh, have you seen it?
Apparently it goes hard was the terminology.
Couldn't agree
apparently.
more. Asked Techno about it, he liked it too. Speaking of, he's the one holding for this early fight. Nico going to be tested, nade and bullets raining in, flames aplenty, puts on 36, and Techno's not done. He knows this fight is his to be won. Takes Nico down, a nice opening kill for the Mongols.
Ooh, double smoke, so...
Oh, bullets, nades, flames, Techno just hiding right in the front of the smoke.
He's just turtled up.
Leave me alone.
Oh.
Ah, a lick of the flame does reveal Malbs has taken mid-control. Spam from Blitz doesn't quite hit the mark. But they've lost Hunter as well. It's 9-10 Zorp. Good for it. Malbs, another incendiary, forces him out of place.
But hardly any damage.
Oh, and Techno's got another. Done very well considering just 2 points of health, taking down Monacy and Nico in one round. It set them up for success. New in-game leader Snacks thrust into a 1v4.
Don't know how the nades are going to help you here, mate.
And Senzu's off angle. I think some people are calling that the Nico angle. This time used to take down G2.
So we've had 2 consecutive gun rounds where G2 have used that smoke, the log smoke, as essentially a wall to be safety for them to either get over towards the Log's position or the Broom position. And the Mongols didn't respect that whatsoever. They wanted to make sure that was their territory. And Techno, huge in doing so. Now we'll have to see how that progresses. And will G2 look to just forego that space early? There it is again. Or will they look to pop in, right? Be a bit more aggressive, knowing that the CT might find themselves in open positions. That's the story this first half so far, as we do see G2 on almost a full eco. There was a little bit of util expended top 100. There's a P250 in the hands of Hunter. The rest just with Glocks. It's going to go very right for G2 and very wrong for the Mongols for this one to go against the Mongols. 9-10 lined up. Past the line of sight. Could run him down. Held at bay by the Flames.
Yeah, primary objective here, just try and keep hold of all those rifles, build a bit of a cash stack. Not overextending, not getting too kill hungry, they're just managing their angles well.
On the bomb in Banana.
Ah, the Alexi B. First you go A.
Ah, okay. I'll drop the bomb, I'll make a sound cue and hopefully force a rotation.
Oh, I like that. That's the snaps, excuse me. To drop the bomb bait. And now they're wrapping round, pushing into 9-10. The orb goes down. This is working out all right. Nico picks up the AWP. Will he be able to catch Blitz's rotation? It gets interesting if he does. Oh, doesn't go too wide on it. Senzu Graveyard. I mean, he could be a tombstone soon. 13 seconds. They're not going to clear him. Just sprays him down with his teammates' help. And it is just the loss of only 1. The orb should be recovered. Yep, Blitz will get his hands on that. And so all tied up. A quite exciting eco, as far as ecos go.
Got a little bit cheeky with it, didn't they? But that total setup from the Mongols, they just knew they had to sit and wait. Have to waltz their way into a bomb site, don't they? Okay, well, all tied up. Rifles back into the hands. Let's see how this progresses. It might be a different call from G2 out the gates, or will they opt for this same Banana pressure and presence?
Blitz throwing a spawn smoke to the T stairs. Limits the options for G2, unless they want to brave it. One of them has, it's Nico. Now got to move, trying to edge, and does so well. Brilliant work from Nico. And finished off nicely, 9-10. Faces the nade between the legs of Mr. Kovac, 4-on-4.
But again, that's the fight that we were talking about, and the fact that they're using that mechanic, exploiting Techno's push this time around. Beautiful stuff.
Okay, testing the A defense here towards the balcony, and Incendiary will cancel plans.
Also got 9-10 in float. How quick can G2 reassemble if they're opting for this B hit? And they still have a lot of banana territory to cover there. Not sure if anybody resides up towards the sandbag position. Looks like they want to turn their affections towards A. Smoke's lined up towards that long side. 9-10 will have to rotate over to assist the likes of Blitz and Mazinho. Blitz has so many nades left to stall them out.
Yeah, that arch smoke's great. Combined with the library smoke, 9-10 is in the dark. Blitz here on the Roth's angle. Drops off into one. Lovely find. Beautiful. He does double up. Blitz, combined with the 9-10 AWP, has knocked G2 for 6. He's going to try and plant. Snax fakes it out, trying to find a duel before he tries to commit, and it's 9-10 to put the cherry on top.
Great stuff from the leader again. Has had an impact in 2 big rifle rounds so far in this first half of play on map number 2. And I pointed out the util left over. He still didn't use any of it. You got a full sack of util. You get yourself an incendiary, a smoke, everything you could desire, and didn't have to use it. Opted for the headshots instead. And it looked like he had been duped there. The jump in towards boiler room, his crosshair in transition. Great job from Blitz.
Yeah, and that's twice he's been tested for the double peaks or the double frags, and he's passed the test both times. Snax tries his luck towards early banana, but it seems like Mongol's protocols are they're working wonderfully. Actually, I say that, he does get ahead of the nade, but Senzu's there to cross his T's and dot his I's.
Well, you can see the difference when they send the lamb as opposed to the wolf. You know, the wolf takes his time, the lamb hopes to find a timing.
Gallops in. And they're giving it a go towards Mazinho. A comfortable spray. Nothing here for G2 now. Just Nico Deeg, the wolf, the slow, methodical wolf.
A4 gang gang.
Oh, Ooh, you know what? He's looking scary. He's huffing. He's puffing! And he blows Senzu down. Another spotted. He's been put onto 50. Not going to be humbled is Mazinho. He still gives him the fight. Not playing scared this time, this kid.
Meant to be one of these bank building rounds. Nico definitely the one wanting to put a dent in those finances. Still has 44 seconds on his side. Only 3 more scalps to find, but this would have to be, well, even bigger bangers than that.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be outrageous, but more so from the Mongols. You'd have to really let this one go. And down he falls. Techno closes it down. A 5th round.
So now they've been stalled and stunted with this banana progression in 2 rifle rounds, even though they went 1 for 1. Right, they used the edging, but they still lost that round, and they haven't gotten the full banana control that they're looking for. I wonder if they change the tune and they go, okay, let's get boiler and holes control first. Let's try and get bracket space, and then we can return to banana, especially if they're starting with 3 individuals over towards. Taz is broaching with the team. And even though Snax was in-game leading, right, a couple of... And that people, do they have a plan that everybody is on the same page of?
Seems the Mongols do. Double AWP is the call.
It feels like they're ready for G2 to potentially hedge towards A early. They've started 3-2 with only 2 over towards the B bomb site. 9-10 wanting to unravel the default, right? So if you know that they're going to try and take holes and boiler control, this AWP prong, it could be the perfect weapon for the job.
Right, so he's just going to systematically uncrouch. You have that progression from Hunter. And the flash actually has revealed his position. The jig is up and he is out. Zinho, got to be careful with that one. Jiggles out and goes back. He was kill hungry there and punished for it by Hunter.
Yeah, I think 9-10's reposition, Mazinho at that point is like, oh, I guess I have to go. How much is Hunter aware of this? And to see him swing like that as well, it seems a bit odd that he would do that on his lonesome.
Yeah, very little help.
Well, they've sprung out multiple smokes over towards A.
They've got the right read. Snax or whoever's made the call, aware that it's going to be a rather exposed AWP with little help, and a missed shot from 9-10. It's starting to collapse. The A side should be theirs for the taking. Techno braving the smoke straight into the AK of Nico.
Well, it felt like Mongols had the right idea, but the duel going against them, Hunter winning it, Mizinho swinging out a moment too early when 910 couldn't trade. Like you're right, it's just the one flash in towards Boiler. 910 noisily has to get out of dodge. Looked like he even fluffed his movement a little bit on the initial escape. And then the reposition to try and hold on to that territory. And G2, they pull it out. And, again, they didn't try that banana aggression. They just searched over towards A. So good stuff from G2 to get back into the winning ways. They've broken the streak of 5 now, where the bomb had only gone down once. They want to hunt. They want to take everything. cs2 reveals his position.
Five alive, gonna feel good for G2 to close out this T half strong. And this is the duel from Hunter. I mean, this is the kind of fight he will take any day of the week. You want a wide swing into me? I've been doing this since before you were born, kid. And actually, yeah, looks like he's a bit self-critical of himself. Knows that wasn't perhaps optimal.
As I said, it's tough because you can see 910 coming. You understand that likely in the timeout that your opponent called, you had a discussion. Because it feels the way that they opened that round, they had the right read. They had a good answer for what was possible. But that's where you got to win your fights, right? You've got to win those duels.
Yeah, you can have all the smokes and plans and defaults and protocols. You do still have to put the crosshair on the head, which Hunter did marvelously.
Well, Mongols have called a timeout off the back of that round loss. So at this point, is there a statement play from the Mongols? It's like, all right, hold up a second, let's try and do something. Or are you still hoping that you have the read and now you know how the flow of the game is going to work? Because G2 did go into the stack. They went into more defenders to start the round. They just walked away with the victory. And now we see harass towards Banana. So back to the normal script. A different opening smoke, though, from G2. You can see it's not down towards logs. It's not to edge around. It was half wall. So you're going to have to try and clear this out a different way if you're Mongols. And mounting up the half wall is cs2. Alt v alt.
Yeah, 910's going to be the one peeked into. Oh, no, there's a supportive flash there. Monacy able to find the frag. 910 just dips away with a white screen. Does chip away at Nico. Nade lands on his toes. In his toes vicinity.
I feel that you want to go back and pressure Banana before you just go, hey, you've still got 50 seconds left.
If smoked off our side, it's going to be feeling... Oh, very difficult to take that Banana pressure off.
For sure. You have to brave through this. You do have a nade on Malbs to break, but he's not near the party right now. It's Nico and Snacks. They know that they can't just go towards A, so they're at least trying to show a little bit of presence.
Here he goes. Perfect candidate for this, and yeah, he's down to 910.
Well, the rotation's starting to come in.
Yeah, it's a valuable death. It's actually going to take at least one body off of this A stack. Still 3 here with only 20 seconds.
Drop the molly, Techno.
cs2, lovely from cs2, pushing just as the smoke blooms. Catches the double, puts G2 down. Hunter only the 1, 9 seconds. Hunter just has to get out.
No, Inferno, I think is not a fan favorite as much as it used to be. But there's some really nice details when watching a game of Inferno. You can see how systematic in nature some of these fights are with the util. Banana especially. It's something that you could do breakdowns on for hours. But you could just see the exchange. So Mono CT stairs, they flash him into the angle. Okay, well now we're the CT side, we're going to smoke it. And he even flashed into the smoke before he re-peeked. And then it's really nice to see the level of layers and details. But, well, they don't allow G2 to string any rifle rounds together.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that smoke towards Banana at 40 seconds won them the round. That's Inferno for you.
And that's the big issue that Snacks has in that moment. It's like, well, if we just go A...
There's probably 4.
Yeah, and they're setting themselves up. He dies. He said a very valuable death. The site was weakened. But the timing on that arch swing, huge. A late incendiary left for Techno as well. Does stall them coming up that porch side. Does look like we have a slight technical issue, everybody. But there's 2 more games of Counter-Strike going on simultaneously. So if you want to go and check out Mouse versus Sashi, let's say Sashi are doing pretty damn good. And we also have FaZe versus FlyQuest. The Australians put up a bit of a fight on map number 1. And we're moved into map number 2, Nuke, FaZe Clan's Choice. After this, Na'Vi Furia, Vitality M80, Virtus Pro Complexity, and Spirit versus MIBR. So plenty more Counter-Strike to come your way today. And tomorrow into the best of ones.
Yeah, best of ones.
I was talking to Gigi Howe about this, and I kind of prefaced the conversation. I spoke to Dennis Lowe and I spoke to Issa, and I said, it does suck for you guys of where you start, but being a newer team, it limits the amount of maps that you have to focus on.
True.
So you would only need to practice a 3 to 4 map pool, right? So that means for the best of ones, they can be a little bit more dialed in, and it's going to be tough for them regardless of what happens. But they can be a little bit. You don't need to worry about a 5 to 6 map pool. So you get
Silver lining.
Oh, the smallest of.
Yeah, it's something.
Doing my best to look for anything. Got the shovel out, went digging.
Yeah. Wow. I'm trying to do. How many games would Gigi Howe have to win in a row?
Well, to win the whole event?
Yeah. Well, no, to get out of the resurrection stage.
They would have to win what, 3? It's only 3.
Okay.
3 best of ones.
All right. 3 BO1s, and you can survive to fight in the playoffs. I mean, they got through. There's no doubt about it. An interesting roster, that one.
Yes. Kirby, Issa of Hellraiser's fame.
Do you know anything of Mini and Osamas?
No.
I know.
I've seen their names around a bit when these Middle Eastern qualifiers and whatnot are on, but
Okay.
I'd be lying if I told everybody I've investigated them heavily.
No, that's fair.
Oh, Alex, I left a bloody Kit Kat in my pocket.
Oh, no.
It's
Is it all
melty.
gooey?
It's all melty.
Well, probably still delicious.
Yeah. Well, we just took a break.
And now we're back.
So have a melted Kit Kat. Just as tasty, I'm sure.
Okay, well, Snatch is trying his luck again, and seems like a similar result. Finds himself under half health. Testing the aim of cs2 and Techno. cs2 on that AWP though, and yeah, that's lovely from Nico. Just a pixel of cs2's scalp is all he needs. Takes the opening kill of round 11.
Careful, Techno.
Playing with fire, literally, as he throws out the incendiary. Nico ahead of it, doing the flashbang dance. Good work from Blitz. Another impactful double, and then Techno does the same.
Double trouble.
1 bullet, 2 kills. Hunter, he could be next on the naughty list. Yeah, not far off through the smoke. Hunter trying to punish, perhaps on the AWP. Bomb scooped up. 1 versus 3 taking shape.
Well, he's been respected. You can see the push down middle from Mazinho.
Sorry?
They cleared the smoke.
Okay, I thought 9-10 just hit one hell of a smoke bang. It's a 7th round here. This is on G2's pick, so if you can even leave with an 8th, this would be one hell of a half for the CT side.
But you can see what I was discussing, right? Anytime it's been a round where they actually want to try and brute force Banana early, it snacks.
Yeah.
And if they want to be a little bit more poised about it, it's Nico. Nico still with an absolute blinder of a shot. I can't believe Blitz got another double. He has been fantastic in this first half. Definitely the most impactful player.
Yeah, I mean, and some very impactful rounds in Ancient as well. And that's cs2's AWP this time, taking down Nico. So one of the only rounds we've seen Nico's early B adventures be cut short. App set up more aggressive this time. They're starting 9-10 and Mazinho towards the apartments. But they're heading towards cs2, and he tries to get on half wall. It's a Monacy frag that brings us back. Even kill. Monacy does Techno dirty there. Another tap just to the top of the head.
Oh, we get another Inferno retake at least.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Blitz, not another double. Can he really do it again? He's not far off the mark. Goes down to Malbs. He's done enough to make it possible. Malbs, however, will be in a prime position to stop Mazinho in his tracks. 9-10 trying to be threatening. But this position from Malbs, it's such a difficult clear. Jumping up, pre-fire, still impossible for Mazinho to do anything about that. 9-10, a Tech 9 and a dream. It's 7-5 on the half. G2 keeping it close. We are live with the second half of the second map of our first game of the Esports World Cup for CS2, and it is ruthless. You lose a best of 3, you are sent to the resurrection stage where best of 1s is all you have to fight for your survival. It makes it all the more important to put up a fight here. G2 Mongols on G2's pick with the Mongols lead. I'm joined by Sponge as we get this second half underway.
I've got one question for you, the viewers, and the players in the server. Will it be 4 for 4 for pistols for G2?
Oh gosh, yeah.
On the boost as they take contact top banana. 3 players to defend, flash forward in the fight.
Bit disjointed on that flash there. Snacks throwing it upon the Nico reload. They weren't able to profit or stick around.
Look at this. We put one flash in, we put one flash out, you put one flash in, and now we hit B roundabout.
Not bad. And not bad from cs2. Could this be Mongol's first pistol? It's shaping up nicely. Snacks deleted by 9-10. And just like that, it seems that they have bucked the trend.
cs2's sharp, isn't he? He shoots hard.
It sounds stupid, but when I was watching him kill them in spawn in the warm-up, he just looks robotic.
Oh.
And I think he's named his M4 after Robs.
Has he?
Yeah, it's got lots of characters I can't read, and then it just says Robs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There we have it.
There it is. They've broken the streak. So the pistol round are now 8 for Mongols. To G2, do they try their luck with the force buy like Mongols did in the first half, or do they take things as a bit of a save? Well, I can see purchase for Nico already coming through the pipeline, so unlikely. Here's the cs2 opener. Drills Nico. So that head-to-head's actually been quite an interesting one over towards the B-bomb site. And I'm sure we'll see more of that as the second half unfolds. But here's the force, the complexion. Monacy dropped a scout by the new in-game leader, Snacks. A couple of deagles, 5.7s, MP9, and aggression as Malbs tears down towards the bench position, looking to catch a couple of players from behind. The flash is good, the scout is better, and that's 2 huge kills.
This is problematic, and it only gets worse. cs2 cut down as well. Oh, it's fallen to pieces immediately. You know what's worse than losing every pistol? It's winning the pistol and losing the second round.
Indeed, and especially with not even a single bit of resistance so far. You could see that move coming from a mile for G2. The flash was perfect. That's what facilitated the opening skirmish. The drop down to the chicken pit from Hunter to grab a second, and now just 9-10 and Mazinho have, well, they found a bomb site. They just need to find this kill. Malbs on the boost, delivers, and that'll be that.
Oh my goodness, 5 alive as you come into the second round. That is dreamy.
That reignites the campaign, doesn't it?
It certainly does. This potential 2-0, are the Mongols really going to be sent to that best of 1 last chance? In just 2 maps. This was Hunter with some impact. Lovely read to catch cs2's adaptation from alt mid down towards the mech seat. And so we got some Tech 9s, we got some P250s, and it's their turn to try and fight fire with fire. However, lacking firepower. Up banana, testing the util. This could end very quickly as the SMG from Snacks only gets the 1. And Nico goes down. They weren't ready for Hunter, but he's gone too. cs2's Tech 9 rips into the B site. And they're back in with a chance to find the 9th.
Just painting a picture around them was Hunter.
Oh. 3. You had 3 there. You had everything you needed.
Exactly. I have no idea how they've just won with that all-in B rush.
cs2, baby.
And the fact Snacks is the only one to get a kill. He was the least equipped as far as the firepower was concerned.
Nico and Hunter, M4s each.
And no, AK for Nico.
Oh, goodness.
He's weapon of choice.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that's gone down. We might be able to see something of that in the replay, but it did look catastrophic from the G2 perspective.
Just marauding up banana. Well, take you back to Ancient. G2 won around just running up the B lane straight in towards that bomb site, but it didn't start as pretty as that.
Oh, those are the best feeling rounds for the Mongols. You get such a short-lived tilt. You're feeling hard done by losing that second round, and cs2 charging up. Snacks gets the first.
Instantly traded. cs2, damn.
And then blitz onto Nico, and then they're pulling out nades. It's just cs2 with 19 health. Oh, yeah.
You think Hunter at least gets 1 there?
Emotion's going to be running higher for G2. This is going to get interesting now, Chad. We have got a kind of a battle of both teams hanging in the balance of this round.
So 2 M4s, Scout, 2 MP9s. Definitely not the worst purchases. Snack's looking at his teammate's screen. Ready and raring to throw the flash to facilitate Nico and Monacy. Malbs anchoring down towards the apps position. Hunter over towards the long side. He's trying to grab this top banana control. Senzu with the MP9. He'll be the space creator in unison. Molly and a flash. If anybody was out towards Sandbag, would have made things difficult. But here comes the fight.
And nothing for G2. Nico and Monacy this time empty-handed. In back-to-back rounds, B-site seems to be a problem. They're expecting an over-rotation now of the CTs. But they actually stand their ground. They put faith into Snacks.
I think the thing is, rotating into what could already be a lost bomb site with the two M4s, plan ahead, try and hold on to these. If Snacks get something, sure, maybe we can have a look. But otherwise, we get two M4s for the next round to play.
Yeah, that's smart.
Hello?
Snacks, what you got for us, mate? What? Nearly a second as well. He had a bit of hang time on that conversion from Azinho. But as you said, the M4 is a priority into the next.
But we have to paint the picture of how the next few rounds are going to start to unravel. So G2 will save on to these two M4s, but in the next round, they only get themselves that 1900 loss bonus. So the score is already about to be 10-6. If you take a save behind the two M4s, everybody just holds on to their goods. Then you're going to find yourself being able to have a rifle round, but the scoreline at that point is going to be 11-6. So it's going to be almost no margin for error to battle your way back in.
Well, topsy-turvy, isn't it?
Yeah, or you force buy in again. Right, and at this point, that's not a great decision either way. So a tough inferno ahead for G2. Both teams looking to pick up their opponent's map choice before we potentially head to the third and decider of Nuke, which is only 3 rounds away.
Well, when you put it like that, pressure mounting for G2. It felt like the first half was a good haul.
Have to reflect on his impact, Mr. Blitz. I don't know if he goes by Mr., but Blitz. Master Blitz.
Master. Grandmaster or whatever.
I don't think he's that good.
Okay, feeder, intermediate, master.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big brain.
That one. Well, Malbs, I have to admire it. When you're one of the two save rifles, you know you have to be a bit of a playmaker, and he's done that. Goes aggressive towards the bedroom, times the peak into Mazinho, progressing up the second middle. And a stack to... Oh, wow, he did it as well when he was solo A. That's an admirable play.
I think that's one of the things that Malbs will definitely provide to this team. We saw it towards the tail end of Ancient, actually the knockout blow of Ancient with that saved AK-47, finding impact to close out the map.
Yeah, he comes alive when the pressure is on him to make the play.
And they've actually now facilitated a huge rotation. They've left Monacy over towards B. Everybody else joining Malbs on this A bomb site. It's a little bit too quiet in Banana, as the Mongols still have 60 seconds on the clock, but making their way through the apps position. I think they're expecting the rifle to show itself, then rotate, but that's not the case.
Oh, you are walking straight into G2's palms here. This is what they were waiting for. Still pressure onto Malbs, and he gets nothing. This USP, primed and ready. The silencer enables a double from Nico. How has he gotten away with that? Finally felled. Hunter, that rifle, he's got the 9-10 frag, a freebie, overlooked completely on the site. Has Blitz got another impact round in him? Finds the first onto Monacy. Hunter actually going for an elevated angle. Unpredictable. Big round from Hunter. Finishes what Malbs started. The Nico double on the USP. You don't get that with the P2K. Just no one's turning, no one's acknowledging him. And stays composed on the taps.
Interesting as well. I guess we're playing Counter-Strike by nameplates in a way. Hunter is one of the A defenders, but goes somewhat overlooked. I think just because of the sheer amount of forces that they dealt with, Malbs, Snacks, and then they note Nico's position. Not ready for Hunter to be there as well. So we've had some real snatches of rounds going against the favored teams in this last slew. Hasn't completely shattered the Mongols, but it's definitely put them at that breaking point with Galil's having to be donned. They've taken their second tactical timeout to get Mara on the mic for a conversation about how they're going to try and close this map out. I know I said it was only 3 more rounds, but those 3 more rounds now feel a whole lot further away. G2 still showing a competitive nature. Only their second round so far out of the 5 of this second half. Still very early stages. And we were just discussing moments ago about how quick these maps can be turned on their head in MR12.
Early half-wall smoke thrown out by the Mongols.
This is direct, isn't it?
Looks it.
Might be by virtue of limited utility. Have to brave this.
Yeah, but with the orb, honestly, he's going to struggle to get away with more than one. He hears them. Look at this, just so sound cue based. He knows he has to fall back, tucks in. And it's actually Malps, does well for the first. Techno responding. Monacy's orb. Ooh, unable to find their head, but his Molly does find Techno. 2 remaining for the Mongols. They are into the site. The bomb dropped, unable to continue to apply the pressure with the plant. Scooped up by 910. Gap on that smoke. Snacks, good find. Tracks 910 as he descends. And Mazinho with 3 on his plate. 60 seconds to slow things down. This is the fight. Snacks, last seen short. Does he consider the boiler? But Snacks is ready. G2 leave with an 8th and 3 alive. Mongols humbled. And as you said, those 3 rounds, they do feel a whole lot further away.
Yeah, that Snacks kill, it did look labored, but that was the difference maker of the round, right? If 910's able to pick up the bomb, get into the side, they had multiple smokes. They could have redeployed over towards the Moto position, maybe even one in towards short, try and corral them, delay them for a little bit longer. Monacy getting a kill with the AWP and the flames. See, it looked a bit labored trying to track that, but a big one to win. And you can see G2 getting fired up about that one. Surely this time they don't just lose to an all-in B rush. It's not the force fight for Mongols. They're going to take things light. A few Deagles, Tech9, smoke in the mix. Tech9 throws it out towards the half wall. It'll give them a lot of space, sure.
They've done it before.
Is he just going to walk through it? They don't have any flashes. I guess if you group up and explode and you catch them on a timing, as Nico wants to hold on to some space. Boosted up half wall, that's a good response. Or at least a good way to keep some information.
And there isn't any information for the A side. Look how passive they're playing it.
Yeah, completely turtled. So you're playing in the dark right now.
You just need a banger of a headshot onto Snacks, and they do actually hit it, unfortunately, with a Glock. He lives on. And they don't manage to get too much out of this one. Senzu does find Monacy. A couple of extra $100 for him, but the orb is maintained. Hunter brings it through.
That's a bit more of a classic.
Pô, eu
textbook Counter-Strike once upon a time. Playing your anti-eco super passive, because in theory, you should have stronger setups. You're on the defense, right? They have to come to you. And of course, the weaponry. That's how we would have played anti-eco a long time ago. But these days, it's so risky because one Deagle kill and the whole round can cascade. And you know how hard it is to hold on to these bomb sites. But G2 stick the landing with ease.
Do you think that Snacks is fingerprints then, if it's old school?
Well, hey, let's just be safe.
Fair, fair.
What is this?
That is Blitz charging towards A, and Monacy's just licking his lips. Anyone else? He's going to get a third. Monacy's orb sends Mongols back to spawn. It's just Mazinho, and he's sprinting towards Nico's position, trying to get this one over and done with. 10-10, the dream of G2 taking this one in 2. It's been reignited.
It has. 4 in a row, no bomb going down in any of those rounds. Obviously, the finances being a big conversation point, but the way that these teams have reignited this second half for both of them, it's almost like a half of 2 halves. It feels like G2 are now getting the stranglehold of it. Some individual moments turning this on its head.
What do you make of that speed towards mid? I haven't seen anything like that.
No, me either.
What is this, though? It's a lot of nades.
Yeah, well, what's HE's late? What are they going back to sell? Gentlemen, what's happening here? Util Glocks, Alex.
Ah, yes, the classic Util Glock round.
Isn't it great? Well, with the loss bonus going into the next to 3,400, they know that they just had to leave themselves around that 1K mark. You can see everybody roughly hovering around that. A little bit more would be nice. But at least Util to try and get them into some space. And you're asking about that previous round running up short.
Yeah.
If a team starts 3B, you're hoping you can just isolate the pit defender. So I think they're going, okay, well, if Malbs is just in pit, maybe we can just run up on him. But Monacy being there as well, that X factor, another good map for him, 15 kills. But actually everybody on both sides of the server is contributing. Mazinho at the very bottom with only 9. But otherwise, everyone has had a moment or two.
Well, forced into a passive stance once more, this time by virtue of the utility, as we've discussed. Blitz clearly investing into this with a plan. Let's see if it can take shape. A bomb plant certainly would soften the blow of this investment.
Nades for bike, that's where they're headed.
Okay. And Malbs, he's on the receiving end of a barrage of HE grenades. Down he goes. Hunter comes out of his hidey hole for one, and now done. They're into the site. They're doing it, Chad. They've taken the A-bomb site by force. Storming in. Whoa. Oh, nice one back. Snacks with the smoke kill.
Nade's good too.
Yeah, puts Blitz on half health. Does have Kevlar, though. The only one that could have survived that nade, and he's managed to live on with the AWP. Has Snacks got anything more for us here? They've got the cash to go for this. They got the kit. And Mazzinho's got Snacks' number. Takes him down, all onto Nico on this crawl. So jumping for info. They want confirmation of his presence. And now they've got it. Nearly hits the transfer. Blitz on low HP, but no time for this one. It is gonna have to be the Mongols around. They take an 11th on just Glocks and nades.
What a ridiculous couple of rounds that we've had,
This
right?
whole half has been kooky.
There was 2 individuals with Glocks. I think there was maybe 1 Tech 9, some Deagles, prioritizing util, and you pull that off.
I mean, that's one for the demo review, right? For G2, that's going to be one to review.
Well, Mal's getting a taste of just what it's like to be that pit player.
Yeah.
3 nades landing on his doorstep, ringing that bike's bell.
Oh, he hits that transfer. There still wasn't much time.
Still, this game.
Every time I think I know where it's going, something like that happens. Well, well, well.
Well, now you're in a lot of hot water if you're G2, because your loss bonus going into the next is only 1900. You lose this, that's 12 for Mongols, and then you have a 1900 loss bonus for what could be the final round. They have to bounce back.
Look at Snacks. This is crazy Counter-Strike. Despite the low HP, he puts himself in this off angle. And now maybe overlooked by cs2. Oh, it feels like he's a dead man holding. Perhaps essentially just bait for Nico's trade, and down he goes. No trade potential there. That is just an opening kill for the Mongols.
Might have to be a bit of a gamble from G2 at some point in the CT side, as mentioned, with the loss bonus working against them. Have to stack a site and hope that if they, well, hopefully they walk on in, and if they don't, you can just save.
Makes sense. And that feels great from Honestly. Catching 9-10's crawl. An equalizing frag.
Looks like it'll be the B finish, right? They've got smokes available to be able to do it. Mazzinho needs to actually get back. His is going to be quite important. cs2 can do on the fly for CT, but Nico can be a difference maker.
Yeah, they need to make haste. The quicker you do this, the more better it is.
They're going to win the round.
English. Ollie onto Nubox, and they are going to win this round convincingly, despite losing Snacks in the opening. He's the only casualty. It's worked out wonderfully. 11-11.
That felt so poorly put together from Mongols.
For sure.
Considering how beautiful the previous without any guns was, to having full rifles, everything you could possibly desire, banana control, and then you just waltz in willy-nilly.
Yeah, that death going to be haunting cs2. You had the nades, it just wasn't synchronized. The opposite of synergy. Modessy's very happy with that one. And charging his mouth, he's mad. He lays down the gauntlet, says, let's duel, and takes 2. G2, they want to finish this one in regulation. It's been close every step of the way here, Ancient, and now Inferno. But G2's map pick, and they're starting to hit their stride and hit their shots. Malbs just charges in, takes 2, brings the fight to the attacking side.
And the desk was discussing in that position, they're talking about with Nexter and the team just constantly being in pit. Right? This is a type of position where you can call your setups. And Malbs, I don't know how much influence he had on the aggression there, but regardless, he's made a good window move work twice, and this one to guarantee 12, or it should do. 2v2 on the B bomb site. Crossfire set up, contact for 9-10.
Ooh, a chance there. He's got the info onto both of them. Forced into the open is Snacks, tries to delay it and still goes down, despite the supportive flash of Nico.
Lots of nades for the retake, Alex.
Yeah, and that smoke's going to be very threatening. They can slip through pool, they can slip banana side. 9-10 doesn't have health. It's going to fall to Techno. If 9-10 can do something with his remaining health and that flash, perhaps set Techno up, find the timing. Time ticks. This is brutal. 3 now. About to be triple swinging. Good timing, but that's it. A 12th round found for G2. Successful retake. A double kill for Malbs as well. The kill spread very even across the board for our second map of this series.
Oh, nuke might not be needed after all, unless the Mongols can take us to overtime and then convert. Just seen timeout number 3 come in, and you can understand why with the rule sets, the way it's changed. You get 3 timeouts in regulation, and then once you make it to overtime, each overtime, you get yourself 1 extra timeout that must be used. Well, it doesn't stack. You don't have to use it. Maybe you don't need the 30 seconds. The pump now are the Mongols, so what are they able to pull off with 5 Galils? Very light on in the util department. They've been able to muster 4 smokes, a handful of flashes, a couple of Molotovs. On the other side of the server, several AKs dotting their hands, the AWP and Monacy, kits, head armor, all the goods. It's 5 kills for G2 on debut. G-New.
G-New.
From G-Stew to G-New.
And looking to do it in 2. Be one hell of a first result. Taking down current world rank 11.
This looks explosive.
Certainly does. They got the banana flash lined up. Going to be testing Snacks with some aggression. Same angle. Will he have the same result? Nico onto Vizinho. He's been dinked, but they've got their knives out. Techno a team kill. Oh, it's fallen to pieces for the Mongols. Snacks disrupts. Nice one back. Can Blitz really be the difference maker? He doesn't have the bomb. Smokes out CT. Anticipates that they are divided. Malbs and Monacy. The M&M combo.
Can't go back. Has to go forward. Has found another smoke. Could go for a redeploy towards CT spawn. Monacy can break it, but he's coming from banana. Cannot assist Malbs right now.
An extra smoke does enable some play potential. Hesitance from G2. Want to play this right. Want to finish in regulation. So much hinging off of this 1 versus 2 and spam through the smoke, but he doesn't have the confirmation. Too far away. Blitz now 50 HP to come up clutch and force OT. Will he get this duel? It's Monacy with the AWP, and patience the name of the game. Smoke now fades, headshot found, Blitz can reposition. It's taking shape, the 1v3, just one more to find. It's Malbs with his nader, and Blitz says, let's go! Overtime secured, again, impact from the Mongolian in-game leader.
Yeah, massive work from him within the first half of play. Kicked things off in the first rifle round with that retake, and now here in round number 24. Well, a little smirk on the face of a man who tends to not have too much emotion, but that was beautiful.
That was fantastic. I can't believe they recovered from this. Whatever you want to call that.
The chaos, but it kind of sums up the map, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the second half. Wow, Blitz, what a gamer.
Now straight back into things, not messing about.
Oh, G2, you're still going to be replaying that one. All 3 of them.
There's so many rounds to think about in this half that have gone against either team.
But I'm sure that's one of the differentiating factors between the good and the great is you can just shake it off. Focus on the round in front of you, live in the present. Much easier said than done. It's Nico finding Senzu with some aggression. Oh, bloody hell, Blitz. The pre-aim on that off angle takes down Malbs. Revolting.
Hey, Alex, they might need the bomb, huh?
Yeah, at some point. Certainly going to become a priority soon. It looks like it's been Techno tasked with the retrieval. Blitz has found a ridiculous headshot to get this back into level pegging.
Looks like they have to go A.
Hunter overlooked on Cold Zera, criminally undercleared. Nico builds upon it, but hang on. 9-10 removes Nico from the picture. It's Techno from this elevated angle, pre-aimed, but controls the spray, knows there's potential second on the site. He was last seen Cold Zera, now tucked and staring at the floorboards. Mounts up, finds the timing.
Good flash work from Monacy.
Can Techno do the clutch? Oh! What a shot! That's disgusting! First Blitz, now Techno demonstrates the mechanical skill of this Mongolian side.
That was smooth. He just kept on moving. Techno now with a clutch.
Bloody hell.
Back to back.
They're just headshot machines. We'll see this one again from Blitz. Absolutely perfect. And then Techno. That shot onto Library is something you write stories about. Bang! Immediate adjustment. Time pressure. Professionals up against you, and he's put the 13th on the board.
Oh dear, G2 going to crack. Modesty now, he wants to taste the aggression.
Snacks. Oh, he's just being bullied, battered by the HE grenades. Taken out early.
Tough clear onto Nico.
Yeah, this is a big play. He's backed himself in this one. Now backing away. And he's found the timing. Perfect onto Techno. No trade from Senzu. He's been flashed off the half wall. Peek from Nico. And yeah, we'll find ourselves boiling into a 4v4, but for how long? This is the fight. Malbs again with his nades out. Got to be careful.
Felt like he had to go. Once they identified that there was 2 players on B still. Waited for the team to group up. Still a 4v4. So much util available for Mongols.
Zinho, this is a big opportunity from him, and he does control the spray. About 10 bullets deep. Still finds Hunter.
They can pivot if they want.
Yeah, gamble from G2. They're expecting Mongols not to have the audacity to go into the unknown. And it's nice from Malbs. Finds himself one onto the balcony player. Moto smoke. Monacy and Malbs ahead of it. It's Arch for Nico. This is the frag. This is the fight. He's been spotted out. Can't seem to isolate. Oh, he's fumbled his util there. Can peek ahead of it. Overlooked. Senzu. Tricked by the sound cue. Nico makes the best of a bad situation for an equalize here in OT.
G2 just biting down, going, hey, yeah, like you said, they don't have the audacity to go back, so they've just heavily rotated across there, and some great shots from Nico. He's looking sharp as well. When I was talking about Mizzino going for that play before the incendiary, I think if they wanted to exploit the timing, he has to make a bit of a play there. He's still able to make that incision, but again, it just like the Mongols can look so coordinated at times, but then in others, look a bit discombobulated.
Yeah, it looked a little bit like that fear of making the wrong decision. He doesn't make any decision. Smoke for the extinguisher. Wait, that's a CT smoke, excuse me. Thrown out from spawn, and 9-10 with some Aggie AWPing. He's actually found Nico. Surely that's just an open runway now. You've got to try and test Snags. You know you've taken down the hardest hitter on this bomb site now. With rotation from Hunter and a smoke to block and a spam perfectly placed, they find themselves slowing things down.
It feels unnecessary with the spam back with the man advantage in that situation. And look at that cache of nades available for Snacks to try and delay this onslaught coming towards B. They're breaking and looks like they want to go.
Yeah, they're breaking and they're entering. But will they be arrested this time by Hunter? Here's them going Paul. Doesn't adjust his crosshair. Now he will on the mantle. Techno taken down. Spam from Snacks. Significant damage onto the Mongols. This is going to be a one hell of a difficult post plan. I don't know how you dig yourselves out of trouble here with low HP on 9-10. Mazinho sub 50. Man disadvantage. Blitz, could he have that impact once more? The flash is perfect. That's team play. Monacy. He's fragging. He's flashing. But so is Mazinho. Finds one on the advance of Snacks. Molly towards the new box. Forces him into the open. But still he hits the shot. Monacy versus 9-10. It's AWP v AWP. And it's still Monacy with flashes and frags to bring home the advantage on the change of the half.
Whew. That one tied. Look, I think having so many nades available for the retake for G2, it's a luxury with Malbs and Monacy over towards their side. They're more than happy to take the fight. So the two of them, well, they're all understandably, but Malbs as well back in his aim. They're not using many of their nades. So many available for that retake, and that Molly looked like it was coming in clutch. That's the opener for 9-10 onto Nico to kick things off. But Hunter needs some impact, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from G2. It feels like they're always asking for a flash when available. There's been a lot of flash assists in the feed, but 2 more rounds for G2 to pick it up.
They want this in 2. I mean, just such a stress reliever. Or will they have to live and fight into a third map?
Banana opening for Snacks. This time he's not just getting naded down. Finds the bullets through the smoke. Techno in the dirt has to sit by and watch as Senzu. This will be desperate.
He's stubborn about this. This could go awry quickly. 9-10 summoned. They want to fight for half wall. It's been quiet on A site, and Blitz is going to start to maneuver over.
Here's the flash. Is that the go? 2 more rounds for G2. They've got to get this one. 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 They've got to get this
Softened up Nico down to 8 HP. Molly should finish him off. That's big from Blitz. Takes his opportunity to cast his eyes down deep. They're coming. Snacks is crawling. The AWP a good counter, but one good flash. And Molly even better. Sends 910 back into the site. Senzu cheating back over. This puts so much pressure onto 910. What happens when they smoke CT? This is only going to confirm their suspicions, but it's all fakery from Hunter. Oh, well-timed smoke though, Chad.
They're going to have to go through this.
And they will. 910 delivers, taking down the first onto Snacks and unable quite to find Malbs. The site is wide open. They'll confirm it with the clears. A helpless spam from Blitz, but this site now lost. It's time to take shape into a retake.
Zinho's still investigating top middle. They're worried about this Hunter lurk. There's seconds, valuable seconds are being milked off the clock.
Yeah, that's the power of that utility thrown out. That's just not convinced.
They have to get a move on. There's kits available for Blitz and Senzu. Zinho with the utility, but they need to clear top banana.
Yeah, it's up to Hunter. He's hardly audible. Double swing. Beautiful from Hunter. Times it to perfection. A dink did land. Trying to fight tooth and nail. He'll be exposed to Blitz. Double dark. This could work, or it could go horribly wrong. The info is there. They line up. And G2 sees 15, 2 match points.
I think in that moment, because of the amount of information that the Mongols gave away by retaking Banana, Blitz got the kill with the YouTube, and you also had 910 Fari's AWP, and Senzu's a traditional B holder. So they're thinking, there's no way, like they have to think we have multiple players here and think they're going to get ahead of it, but they just leave the AWP. 910 does a pretty valiant job, but he's in a very tough situation. And just the amount of time that Hunter's presence, mere presence alone, was able to bail them out with as they take their time to retake. Zinho as well, probably getting told as he's about to pick top banana, hey bud, you have the incendiary, use that back sight, help us clear something out. Senzu steps into the angle that was meant for Zinho, he goes down, and well, G2 just one round away.
And a small tidbit as well, you saw it from Monacy's POV in the replay there, just his self-conviction to be able to take that shot over his teammate's shoulder. No team kill threat, not lining up, just a little bit of, conscious spacing enabled him to contribute to the fight, to the duel, but also not at risk of ending the round with a team kill. Here we go, 2 opportunities for G2 to take their debut as G-New.
No rounds for Mongols since the clutches.
That's true. And now, a change of pace. Monacy's the one to lead the pack. This is interesting. The flashes are good. He overlooks Senzu on the forward position on Car. And so a first blood drawn for Mongols to try and survive the night.
Zinho's about to be run down by 3.
Yeah, this is going to be uncomfortable if Techno can't provide some support. Zinho in that pit position. Flashes and a Molotov. He's not going to have any issues with the first. A hard transfer onto Snacks.
This has to be it.
3v3 that does certainly favor G2. This could be the last round the Mongols play in this upper bracket. Nico, what a powerful position. There's no way you're clearing this. A free frag for Nico. Anticipates another, and Nico carries G2 across the finish line. Unless Blitz can do it once more. A 1v3 demanded of him. He's done it once. He can't do it twice. The angles are too strong. The time too far gone. And Mongols condemned to the resurrection stage. G2 survive a 2-0 to start off their campaign at the Esports World Cup.
And they got put through their paces, didn't they? But this is the first look at this new roster. I'm sure they're loving the reps as the smiles are on their faces, and we have the analysts standing by to break that one down.
Standing, sitting, it doesn't quite matter. When we got to the end of the road on that one, it was all on the line. G2, they make it interesting. Very much so. G-New here at their very first game in the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, welcome to G2 Malbs. Getting
surprise.
An early taste of a bit of a roller coaster ride it is G2 games. But yeah, a super close game again, obviously going into OT, and some great individual moments from both teams. In the end, G2 closes it out.
Yeah, of course, I think we could see that this isn't the final form, the more polished G2 we're going to get. That's logical. Mongols did very well to abuse it. Had a couple of moments in Banana where they asserted dominance. But as soon as you get into these gray rounds that haven't got a clear way to proceed, then the individuals from G2 strike. And they turn around 4v5s, and they turn around 3v4s. They find timings. This is where G2 is always going to punish you. And there's going to be regret for the side of Mongols. I do think there was a gaping hole of a space for them to push to map number 3. They let that go. Good for G2. Getting some reps. That's what Chad said at the cast, and I agree with him.
Yeah, and I think the something that's maybe a little bit worrying for G2 and Inferno is they really struggled to get banana control on their T side. That was what they were really good at with the previous lineup. That's what made their Inferno strong, that they were always able to get that control, put pressure on B, and that opens up A from that point on. And this time around, the T side was a little bit of a different story. They got 3 rounds off of the pistol and a half with 5 total. But yeah, obviously it's still very much early days, and they have work to do.
And you do see some of that seesaw there from G2, right? You see them wanting to pressure on banana, but also they want to get deep apps at the same time. And it doesn't always work out that way.
No, I agree with you. I'm looking at these highlights, and you kind of get the story of what was happening. It's a 10-6 scoreline. T-side Mongols. They have everything they need. They broke after losing their second pistol round. They put G2 in a hard position, and then you have these multi-kills that come through. You have Nico, who finds 2 from a USP in pit out of all the weapons. You have Modesty, who's doing wonders, finding all gaps. That is what G2 will always be capable of doing, no matter how ready they are as a team. And I think they did the best that they could in that. Get the W, they avoid the resurrection, the best of ones and all. That's going to be for Mongols to deal with.
Yeah, overall, though, for what Mongols showed us here, all right, let's talk about some of that poise, some of that posture that we could possibly see them running with for the rest of their duration here in Riyadh.
You mean lack thereof?
Or lack thereof. I mean, I was looking
issue.
at the glass half full, but half empty at the same time.
That is the issue, and maybe I get a little bit flustered because I had put higher expectations on them, and that's my problem, it's not their problem. But I think this is relatively symptomatic of the Mongols that we hype up every now and then. Like, there's obvious skills, there's obvious good calls. Ancient gave us a couple of these moments. There are clutches from Blitz as well. But then you have to clean these rounds that you're not supposed to lose. And this is going to allow you to have much simpler victories, deeper breath going into map 3. That remains a problem. And I don't see a change. I don't see an improvement. Slightly frustrating.
Yeah, I think it just wasn't a great game from the Mongols. You know, I think it was a C+ or maybe a B- of what they're capable of. Yeah, you know, because to say they weren't on their A game, I think is a little bit of an understatement to what was actually going on. So, yeah, I think they'll have. When you look at how close the game was, using the pistols and whatnot, they have to do better.
I do agree with that. And if you have to grab on that from where he's leaving off, what are you taking from him, Maniac?
Yeah, he's absolutely right. Far from the A game on the side of Mongols. And the problem is, because it's repeating itself, it becomes really, really hard to pinpoint what is the issue. Right? Because from one event to the other, you're going to have separate situations. And the real challenge for a team is to be able to find, like, what is the common factors of these situations. Why are we losing these rounds? Is it a matter of communication? Are we getting a little bit impatient? When we talked to them in Malta on the sofa, it was generally about nerves. They said we get ahead of ourselves at some point. So just like an interview that might just be ready, maybe Mongols isn't yet.
Yeah, I'm back. But also, it kind of begs the question, is Snacks here or is Snacks not here? That's the biggest question I've got, at least. Thoughts, comments, questions, concerns about,
physically he's here, spiritually, you know, who knows? No, but I think I think it's a great sign as well. I think Malbs is the real deal. You know, I think you can see the output, the impact that he's able to have. Sure, it's going to take some getting used to some of these anchor positions, but I think he's definitely a big upgrade for G2.
Let's talk about predictions, and by that I mean STC predictions. Where does that leave us? Let's find out. And in doing so, I'm pretty sure you said at one point, you said, I think before the game, this would be the time for you to go against the grain, right?
I can neither confirm nor infirm that information.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm sure you understand.
No, I totally get it. In fact,
no, Trace, I was wrong. I was wrong. There it is.
Oh, hold on.
Take
we didn't expect that. We didn't expect the sort of... Yeah, anyway. So, Yanko, we see this path. We talked about getting reps in with G2. You know, how much realistically can you put in here in Riyadh if you're G2 to hone in on, to make these things work, to make this a well-oiled machine the way you want it to be?
I think, you know, they get a day to sort of just discuss the game, see some things that they want to work on, maybe get a couple of practice maps in. The important thing is they get at least one more best of 3 now that they're into the playoff stage. Yes. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit more of in a competitive environment, testing out the things that they've been working on in practice and just working on that chemistry and bonding together. And that's why the banana control thing, it's a lot of just the players getting used to each other, right? Understand, okay, now is when he would want me to flash, because sometimes for you to wait for your teammate to say it and then you throw it and then it happens, it's already too late. You just need to recognize the scenario. You need to see it the way your teammate sees it. And that's what gives you the perfect timing to do it. That's what enables you to win some of those crucial fights.
Hypothetically, you're calling for a flash for a teammate here, if you're thinking about this, Maniac. How much time does it take to sort of like translate that over in terms of time spent calling for the flash and then the execution of their flash?
This is where the reps and the training will make that time that you're talking about, the smaller and smaller and smaller. It's going to become more efficient. You're going to have code words. You're going to have just automatic reactions you don't even need to discuss.
Maybe even safe words.
Exactly. Safe words are very important. In every Counter-Strike relationship, you have to have that.
Why don't you think of a couple of those? And while we're doing that, and you're thinking about the application of those safe words, let's head down to the stage. Freya, what's up?
Well, Trace, I know that you were begging the question, where is Snacks? I've indeed found him. Congratulations, first of all, on your first W. Great to see you in the G2 jersey as well. I'm curious, outside of this game, when did G2 actually first approach you to join the team?
First time it was 98 in Kansas, several years ago. I'm playing that much. So now I think like maybe 2022 after ENS, like it was the first time we had like small talk. And I think like when I was in Japan for my vacation with my wife, I got some messages.
Okay, interesting. So it's actually been a long time coming for you to join the team. In a sort of a more emotional standpoint, how is it being back with Taz as well, kind of getting the VP blood back?
It's really nice. I always love the guy because, I love the guy because he had a really nice Mercedes. He always taking me on the trips outside, I really like it. It never changed. I'm always coming to Warsaw to go with the guys for some barbecue. We love to eat together. We love to play together,
Vibe check within G2, obviously just your first official. How does it feel? Like, how vocal are you in terms of calling? How much are you relying on the other guys as well?
I was trying my best, obviously, in calling. I have a lot of experienced players right now, so also they calling some stuff, so I'm pretty okay. I felt like I had a little bit more space on official than on practice. On practice, my guys are running everywhere, killing people. Here, a little bit different, obviously, it's official. But I would say as a first match, with not that much of the days of practice, I would say a win is a win. I'm happy that we win. We throw some runs versus Glocks versus Deagles. It wasn't like a clean win, obviously, but I think let's say like on T side, for example, on Inferno, we could have like such more runs. I think like first gun round, I think it was a good call to go B. Like second round, we went 4 versus 2 on A, and we also didn't win. And like with the start 5-0 or something, it's so much easier to start like this. Obviously, we lost 2 runs in a row at the start of the gun runs, and it was a little bit harder. But yeah, I knew that also our city is pretty solid, so just keep the head cool and go till the end.
I mean, speaking of Inferno, obviously it's not a map that you played very often back in Gamer Legion. Previously to that, there's a lot of experience on the side of Inferno for you at the very least. How different is the way that G2 approach Inferno from maybe some of the other teams that you've played on in the past?
I mean, my experience with Inferno is don't play Inferno. Inferno equals lose. Bialif, the famous tag ever on the Steam group. I mean, I didn't like Inferno that much, but I felt like in Poland we didn't knew exactly. Also me, I'm not saying like the guys, and I'm the Omega, and I knew everything. Obviously, I'm learning from the guys about Inferno, but don't worry, Vertigo is coming as well, guys.
Don't like to hear that at all. Final question. Obviously, you're one of the teams that are coming into EWC with a couple of roster changes. So where does that set your expectations with, the goals at this event? How do you want to finish it?
I want to finish being in Korean barbecue. This is what you're asking, no?
Maybe placement, give me 1 through 15. Where do you want to end?
A good restaurant.
I guess we should get some restaurant recommendations for Snacks here in Ria. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck in your games going forward.
Thank you. I'm in top 1. Yeah.
There's a lot to take in from this character known as Snacks. First of all, back in 1998, you guys recall that?
In Kansas.
In Kansas, of all places. Yeah, serious questions right there, too, on the other side. You talk about the difference of playing Inferno versus not. Inferno equals lose, and, well, damn, it was pretty close today.
Yeah. I mean, listen, he's also getting accustomed to like playing the officials now.
Of course.
Because when you go in practice mode, and then when you give free reins to your players, and you have the Nikos and the Monacies of the world giving you space and trades, then this is where Snacks' abilities shine through. He knows how to analyze what's going on, find solutions between round end. Suddenly things are getting a little tighter in officials, and the responsibility just transferred to you very organically as a leader. And he's figuring that out. We're going to give him a little bit of time. We gave Hooksy a bit more than a day. So let's give Snax a bit more than a day.
Some people didn't.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, it's a new look for G2 and Inferno, especially because Malbs and Hunter now. Hunter is apparently more the apps guy, and Malbs playing Boiler, which was Hunter's old position. We'll see how that dynamic still unfolds. But that's a lot more aggression on that area of the map as well. So it doesn't have all to be about banana for G2.
Yeah.
Although they do love it.
Yeah, they definitely do like a banana over on G2. That's if they can grab it by the horns, right? Like I'm talking about
Banana
using
has
that util,
horns.
actually making it work, and not just kind of throwing nades out there and hopefully you pull a rotation. However, again, neither here nor there. Gentlemen, I think we are going to wrap it up here. I think it's about time for us
Are we
to send
grabbing
this
the
show.
banana by the horns?
You can grab whatever you want. And we're going to go to the break on the backside of that.
Right there.
Нравится сейчас, короче, МЛББ, Марак. Это вроде бы русский, а раки. Тайф. Да, 4-4 ведем ровно. Не проигрываем, не выигрываем. Но и не сказать то, что все хорошо. У меня 1-1-1. По мне. Да, я должен соло забрать. Ой, я чуть дождь не убил. Да. 2-2-1. Жесть.
I feel like ending on a high note was kind of a good motivator to keep grinding forward and to put in the work. So we started a little bit earlier, even though we had a good finish. It wasn't enough. We were supposed to be the champions in our eyes, and yeah, we just lacked work, and that's why we put more of it into this season. Honestly, I don't think we need to prove to anyone. We won the major. We were the best team at that moment, and there's not much to say. It's all on us, and there's no pressure to keep delivering on the same note to others. The only pressure is coming from our side, and to keep on improving every single day. I feel like changes in life are generally good. If a thing is not working, humans tend to think about change at first. So I'm not sure how many of those changes were actually good, or they should have stuck together and worked through the negatives and improved as a team. But I feel like we have a lot of potential in certain teams. I feel like Furia is going to step up a lot. G2, I'm not too sure. It looks good and looks bad on paper at the same time. We'll see how it works out in game. People are always going to talk. They're going to discredit anyone that they can. And of course, do you listen to the haters way more than you do to the positive comments? I tend to not mind because it's their opinion. They've never been in a position that we are in. And they've never reached such highs in their life that know what to do afterwards. I mean, as a player, your only goal in CS, most players, to win is the major. And for me, at least, that was my first trophy. And the feeling was indescribable in words, but it also made me lose a lot of motivation. That's my personal thing, and I felt like I was at the top of the world. So, of course, it's normal for an inexperienced player like me to drop off in performance. And I'm pretty sure the other guys were too, dropping off in performance, but now we're back, as we've seen in Blast, and yeah, good things are coming. I feel like this is a really nice S-tier tournament in terms of prize pool and the teams attending. I feel like it's a good proving ground for younger players, younger teams, maybe not as experienced, because there have been qualifiers to this event, and of course we qualified by winning the major, but lower tier teams can also join us and fight with us in the same category. So I think it's a good thing. It's not just invite only or partner teams tournament. It's the real deal. Sort of feels like a little bit of a major. I'm not sure about the whole Baltic states in their potential, but I know in Lithuania for sure there are a few upcoming players, but there's not many. Once they reach a certain level in Lithuania, they think they're one of the best players and their work stops there because they already feel comfortable in where they are. But there's a difference between being one of the best in Lithuania, but also the best in the world. There's a huge margin there. And I feel like anyone that's striving to be a tier 1 player or a top tier professional should never look at their regional rankings. Of course, unless they're like Danish or Swedish or one of the main thriving countries in CS, which we don't have many. So focus on the international rankings rather than regional.
Hello everyone. After the player break, we had 2 weeks of boot camp in Malta. So we have a new player coming in, it's the schools. And so far we're feeling very excited to have a new one on board. We feel like he matched very well with the team. And we're gonna face our first challenge here in the EWC, so yeah, feeling good. Yeah, Schools is a very capable player. Before playing in Liquid, he was playing Pain Gaming, and I think he was playing amazingly there. Team Liquid had some good moments too, but the team had some tough moments, so it was a little bit hard for him to show his best version. And we want to bring the best version of Schools in Furia, and I think he matched very well with the team in terms of the characteristics from the people that are there, and also in style in game as well. He's playing the ankle positions that we have been missing for a while. So he's been matching very well with the team. We're very excited to have him on board. Yeah, when you have to communicate in a different language, it's definitely something else that you have to have on your mind. And you know, Counter-Strike is a very timing, decisive game. And you know, if you're trying to find a word or trying to explain a situation, sometimes it might be too late later on. Trying to understand the communication, and sometimes it takes you extra seconds. I have been there playing with international people as well, and I know that it can be a struggle for different nationalities to be playing. So yeah, playing everyone in the same language, in our home language, is much easier. With Gary departure, going to take care of all the teams in Furia now, not only Counter-Strike. City stepped up to be our coach, and we have been working with him while we have been working with Gary in the past, so we know him a lot, we respect him a lot, and we think he have a lot to bring to the table as well. He was already bringing a lot of good stuff, and now I think it's up to him to show and use this opportunity to grow up in his career. I think he has what it takes to be a great coach, and we're going to be there to help him. I would say that everyone who's coming to a tournament expects to win it, even though for some it might be more realistic or not. And being completely honest, if you come to a tournament like that, you don't have the desire to win, you shouldn't be competing. So of course we have the desire to win, we want to be winning, but we also have on our minds that this is our first challenge. We have been together for 2 weeks with this whole lineup, and at the same time that the lineup is promising, at the same time that we know we have a lot of talent, you have to understand that other people have gone through more process than you have in the game and have organized themselves maybe better or not. But we know that when it comes to the matches, there's a lot of things that takes part of it, a lot of things that sometimes are not even in our control. So we have to go there and play the best we can. And I think realistically speaking, getting to the playoffs would be a good result for us. We're looking forward to be able to achieve that, and we're going to do the best we can. I think EWC is a perfect tournament for anyone who is trying to showcase themselves here to go up in a level. You know, I think the standards that EWC is putting the sport at, and how they are helping to do bigger stuff and bigger prize pool, and the way they have been recording everything we have been doing. So a lot of things have stepped up in this tournament. So I think the team that comes up in here and do a nice story is going to be showing up to a lot of people, and that's for sure going to catapult their careers, I would say. So yeah, that's definitely a good opportunity for everyone here.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup. We're moving into our next game, and this is one where we get to see major champions that some people were calling fluke, and some people were saying maybe not so much, going up against Furia, who have been in, I think, a pretty rough spot for a long time, maybe too long time.
I think that's fair to say with Furia. They've been in a rough spot for a long time. Whereas for Na'Vi, they've been overachievers. You know, some call it a fluke, others call it, you know, them overachieving with what they got available. I think if you're Furia, looking towards Na'Vi and thinking that's the team we want to be. We want to look at that lineup, you want to look at the player material. You want to think that we have the same ability to produce the same kind of results Na'Vi have. But fact of the matter is, for Furia, it's been a long time since they've been relevant at a high level.
Oh yeah, I'm just looking at the numbers as well. I think the last time, I don't think they've had a top 10 placing in its S-tier event this entire year, right? So sure, they're taking out Kai, I think, which is long overdue, obviously. Picking up Skulls, I think is definitely an upgrade. I think the little stint he had in Liquid's going to definitely make him a more well-rounded player. But then again, they're still a very unknown quantity. They just re-signed K-Sarada and Yuri as well, you know, for 3 more years. So hopefully we see something from them, Banks. But Na'Vi, despite the fluke or anomaly run they had at the major, in London, in Blast, they look good.
Yeah, they showed a form, right, that they can still be a team that challenges at the top. But it's in an interesting and unique way for sure. I want to touch on the Fury a bit you were talking about, though, with Skulls. Do you expect more from him now he's on Fury than compared to what you saw on Liquid?
Oh, it's hard to say. I think he did okay within Team Liquid given the circumstances. It's not a secret that team wasn't working at all. You had Cadian coming in being the in-game leader. You had certain players saying in certain interviews that they weren't on the same page. And you can imagine what it's like for Skulls to come into a team that is from the get-go dysfunctional. My only issue is that he's also joining a Furia now that seemingly from the outside is a little bit dysfunctional, right? Yeah. The identity of Furia now with Fallen being the in-game leader, with Art gone, I'm not really sure what route they're going. So for Skulls to come in and we kind of expect him to be the difference maker, it's going to be tough for him. So I feel sorry for the kid. I think he has talent. I've seen him play some decent Counter-Strike, but I don't look at him to be the guy who's going to bail them out of trouble.
I mean, look, I agree with you, but I will disagree when it comes to dysfunctionality for Furia. At least there is one voice that they're going to listen to. Whether that voice is going to work or not, that remains to be seen, right? But at least Fallen is the one voice that we know for a fact everyone's going to be listening in on. I'm curious. I was looking at some of the roles and positions as well between Kai and for Skulls. A lot of overlap, a lot of common maps where they play the same positions and whatnot. So it's not as hard as, let's say, a G2, for example, mobs coming in. So it shouldn't be that rough. But that being said, this is going to be a real litmus test to see how they look.
Yeah, there's not an easy first matchup for them in it. And with that being said, this makes me looking at like Na'Vi is the favourites in it. But are they some clear favourites? Is this one that can get close and scary?
Yeah, I think so. We always have have to take into account that both of these lineups are obviously coming out of the player break, coming out of a season where they haven't played an awful lot of Counter-Strike. I think for Furia, they should be highly motivated to come in here and make a statement from the get-go. Whereas for Na'Vi, as you said, we saw them play at Blast as well. They did a good job, you know, getting all the way to the final. Maybe they've been resting. Maybe they've been taking the player break as a break. Whereas if I'm Furia, I feel like we got to play hard throughout the break. We got to come in a little bit earlier. We got to prepare because they got to make statements. They got to make results for the rest of the season. Otherwise, Furia risk being one of those teams that's going to be left out for the 2025 season when it comes to the rankings, when it comes to being invited to the big tournament. So I'm afraid on behalf of Na'Vi, but there's no doubt looking on paper, they're still the favorites.
They're 100% out of favorites. And I just want to harken back to what Alexi said when they reached the finals at Paris, at London rather, and Paris too, which they won over there. And what he did mention was, you know, it's really nice to show that we still have what it takes to prove that Paris wasn't just an anomaly, a fluke, so to speak. But the big question mark here for me is, are they going to build up on that? Because let's be real, I think like JL has just been so super inconsistent altogether. Actually, EMA's been more consistent in the past few tournaments they've had, despite the rough run so far. And look, Wonderful's going to be delivering, obviously. LXCB, obviously, he's the brains behind the operation. But we need more consistency from some of the stars of this team, or else I'm going to say even London would have been a bit of a fluke.
I'm looking at this lineup, right, and I'm going to say something slightly controversial now, so casters better pay attention as well. You're looking at a lineup right there, and honestly speaking, you can look at pretty much any lineup in Counter-Strike, and you say there's certain players that can't get cut. When I'm looking at Navi's lineup, I'm looking at 5 players who can't be necessarily sure that they're playing in the Navi jersey for 2025. By that, I'm saying that LXB obviously is a great in-game leader, and I think the ties he have with Blade and the system he's got placed in, he's probably the most safe. But if you're looking at Emma, you're looking at Bit, you're looking at Wonderful, you're looking at Jail, none of them are safe. None of them are 100% safe within this Na'Vi lineup. If someone else out there has a better talent, and if they can look to, I guess, reinforce the roster and strengthen the roster for the next season, I'm looking at 4, maybe 4.5 players that potentially could be replaced. And that's a controversial statement, given that they won the major a couple of months ago. But that's the fact of the matter within Na'Vi. They thrive as a team, not by the individuals.
I like the fact you mentioned that, because I think if you look at any of the top 10, top 8 teams right now, which Na'Vi is obviously a part of, they're the one team where you can use a statement that they are more than the sum of their parts, right? It's not just about individuals. And it's a magic that they're able to pull off, but it's too few and far in between. That's my biggest problem. Sure, major, incredible run. You might call it a fluke. I like to call it an anomaly, because they did really play very well there. And again, in London, right, they took down some very big names. Astralis, FaZe, and a VP. And sure, it can be like VP trying to find their feet. FaZe looking a little lost at the end of that particular season, but still, a win is a win. Getting to the finals is still a very commendable effort. Can they build on that? That's a big question.
And building on trying to find any sort of success is this Furia. And for me, this is, if you don't start to see some form of better play coming out of this team, it's more than alarm bells right now, especially as you just re-signed 2 incredible players.
But you say that, but can it get any worse? Like, can it get any worse for Furia? You're looking at a team that was supposed to contest for trophies. You're looking at a team that was supposed to be a known stable within the playoffs of tournaments. And as you said, Blur, the last couple of years, they've been nowhere to be found. Somehow, some way, they convinced Yuri and ks2 to stay within that project. Hopefully, they have promised them that we will make changes. We will do everything we need in order to become competitive again, because those two have been delivering for the majority of that time. But I'm still looking at a Furia that the bar has been set so low, so I feel like we can almost only be surprised. We can almost only be turned over to once again come into a point where we can have a conversation about them being a decent team. But for now, it's a big gamble for me. I mean, re-signing that contract for ks2 in particular.
I mean, maybe his retirement plans are just settled right there, right? Sorted out, hopefully. But I want to see more from just that. I don't want ks2 to just ride off into the sunset without any trophies, real trophies to his name. I'm looking at the results just to highlight what I said. Nothing in the top 10 in the past this year. EPL 7th to 20th position, right? You're looking at Chengdu 9th to 12th. You're looking at the major 15th to 16th, and even Kato didn't even make it to the main stage. This is Furia we're talking about. So listen, buddy, now put up a shut up. Now's the time.
Question to you, Pimp, and I'm sure you've got a take for us on this one. Are they the best team in Brazil right now?
They're supposed to be. Are they the best? I mean, if you played an all-Brazil tournament, I'm not even sure they'd win, no, to be completely honest.
They came 5th and get Rio.
Yeah, exactly. So there we go. That was almost an all-Brazil tournament. I think they have what it takes, though. I think the player material is still there, obviously, with ks2 and Yuri. I hope that you're right when you're saying that Fallen now takes full lead on this project, that he still has it in him to lead a team like this. Jason, obviously, who's going to cast the game later, knows Fallen better than we do, and hopefully he can testify to that as well, that it's a man who has a vision and a man that people will listen to. to and you're willing to fight for. I'm just not sure whether or not, as you said, cs2, Yuri, are they looking at this Furia project as a retirement plan, or are they looking to stay because they've been promised that we will make changes that is needed in order to get us back where we want them? So the whole attitude, the whole energy they're coming out with, I'm going to pay very close attention to Furia, obviously at this tournament, but the first couple of months, or the next couple of months, sorry, to see whether or not it's a team that I can count on for 2025.
Well, I want to pay close attention to the video that's coming up and see what maps we're going to get within this series. And I guess we have to look at what is your hopes here for Furia, because we do seem very negative right now for them.
I feel like for Na'Vi, obviously it's going to be either Dust 2 or Mirage, and the usual bands coming in, Anubis and Vertigo there. So yeah, Dust 2 and Mirage should be the pick coming in from them. Nuke for Furia, it's been their go-to every single time, but Na'Vi, they've shown they can play this map as well.
Definitely.
It's not a bad pick for Furia, not a bad pick necessarily for Na'Vi either. The Mirage one comes in, that makes sense. We've seen that over and over again. LXCB loves calling on Mirage, very active, very assertive on the map, likes to be aggressive, likes to be in your face, which should count for a fun match against a team like Furia. And then you have Dust 2 as a decider.
I think Na'Vi are very happy with this, with Mirage and Dust 2 coming into play, even though they haven't played too many Dust 2 so far. If you go back to London, they were looking very, very solid in this map.
And what you have to pay attention to as well is Furia with Art would love this veto. You know, they'd be like, yes, we got Mirage, we got Dust 2, we got a bit of Nuke. Art loves to play Nuke as well. Furia with
Art's history, baby. It's not there anymore.
But Furia with Fallen, that's a little bit more, let's say, calmed down team, a little bit more assertive team, a team that takes a little more time to go into the defaults and figure out what they want to do. So I'm also a bit worried on behalf of Furia after looking at this veto.
And in terms of that, though, Furia's picking there, at least for Na'Vi. They've been struggling against the top teams against it, but like we said, we have seen some glimpses where they can play it. So does that mean that this is a chance they could grab this and it's just a smooth 2-0?
I think this could be a very easy 2-0, honestly. It comes down to Nuke, obviously, right? It's a map where... sorry, was it Nuke? Nuke coming in? And here's the problem. Like, Nuke and Dust 2 are the two maps where Skulls and Kai were playing different positions as well. So have they had enough time to swap those around? Remains to be seen. I'm going to side with Na'Vi here, and I'm going to say 2-0, actually.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi's going to win the game. I cannot lie. I hope Furia is going to remain competitive throughout the entire match. I hope we get to see a third map. And I also think it could be quite a statement for Furia to already show now that they can be competitive against a team of the likes of Na'Vi. I will say, though, for Na'Vi, when you look at the broad term of this tournament, last time we saw them play, they were in a final. We've seen them win the major. So if we can allow ourselves to expect something from Na'Vi, winning 2-0 against Furia should be a given if they want to win this tournament. So there's a lot of stake for both teams.
Well, we've given our predictions. You guys are hoping to give yours as well. stcplay.gg. You can have your own idea of where you want to go with this. And obviously the Brazilian fan base is strong, but I wonder, are they going to stick with them the whole way? You're going to still
I mean, at this point, it's all they got, you know, so they better stick with it. Obviously, Brazil have a lot of players, a lot of talent.
But then Na'Vi have banks, so there we go.
Yeah, there we go. You are the biggest fan, you know, out of all of them.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's it. Probably the only one left as well.
I mean, I'm sure they still have a couple of fans out there. I mean, Alexi's got a bunch of friends as well.
Yeah, he's bringing the Finnish flag with him as far as it can go. Long way, long run for this man right now.
I just want to add on to like what you touched upon as well for Na'Vi. You know, a lot of people arguing about them being in a top 5, top 6 team, so to speak. I mean, if you can't take care of a Furia, which still seem kind of clueless as how to approach this game, I mean, then do you really belong there?
True, and I will say for everyone watching and for ourselves as well, take it with a grain of salt. You know, coming out of a player break is always a little bit of a rocky scenario. Teams would have practiced, teams would have held a long player break as well and a long vacation. So the results the first couple of weeks after a player break is always a little bit iffy. So we're seeing early signs, we're seeing symptoms maybe from the teams, from certain players. You can look at a guy like Emma as well. You know, he as an individual will have to perform a little bit better within Na'Vi. Wonderful was slowing down at the later stages in the first part of the season as well. So we can dive into those different parameters and look at, you know, certain signs. But coming out of a player break, it will always be a little bit randomized at the beginning. So we shouldn't make any certain conclusions from the get-go.
One thing that's also changed during the Furia camp, aside from just the player, right, is the coaching staff that's coming, you know. They wanted to move away into a bit of the international in there. Innershine's come in as well. He probably hasn't had enough time, right, to do anything dramatic here. But do you expect anything to change just on that basis?
I think it's going to take a little bit.
Yeah, could be that it's going to take some time for Furia to figure it out. Not sure what the style of play is going to be. We heard when Art left the team that they were going back to his vision of being aggressive and letting all the players have freedom. We know Fallen is a little bit more by the book as an in-game leader, so I'm curious to see how restrictive some of these players are going to be, and I'm curious to see if players like cs2 and Yuri can find their form under a system with Fallen, because I think that if they can find a way to still perform at that consistent high level, we saw them perform under with Art for the vast majority of their time in Furia, but with a little bit more structure behind them, with a little bit more support from Fallen, Skulls, you name it. Maybe that's an interesting prospect for the future.
Just remembering Yala as well, just a month and a half prior during the group stage. I know it's just the best of ones, but they were playing really, really solid in the group stage. Then they head towards the playoffs. I think it was against NIP. And just gets absolutely murdered. And I don't know what went wrong there, but we could see where this was at Kai as well, by the way, right? We could see that this Furia, they still have the pieces, and when the things click into place, they still can be a team which you can be a little worried about if you're facing off against them. The question is, you just can't disappear like that in the important games. And here in this particular tournament in EWC, the first best of three, opening best of three, is probably the most important game, because you lose this. That lower run is rough, Max.
Yeah, I would not want to go through that at all if you're any of these teams right now. But for Na'Vi, to touch on them one last time before we go and get ourselves into this game, would it matter if they lost this game? Would you hold much against them, or would you see that as like a real negative of them coming into the season?
It's a bad sign, obviously, you know, losing to a Furia that has been struggling for such a long time, especially considering the ramifications of losing the game, as you said, going into that bracket tomorrow. That's going to be rough for Na'Vi. But as I said before, I think it's too early to make any conclusions. If anything, Na'Vi is fighting to convince me and the rest of the world that they're still a top 5 team. Again, when you look at the roster, you can't really allow yourself to expect them to be a top 3 or a championship winning team. They don't have the player material to do it, yet they have done it, which is very, very impressive. But for the long run, I'm more looking at symptoms and signs for Na'Vi. So a win would be great, but it's also in the fashion that they're going to beat Furia.
I'm going to say if they lose this opening game, it's just going to be a very bad red mark on their record, honestly. Because if you look at some of the games who had opening games, sure, the favorites struggled a little bit initially, but they're able to bounce back and close things out. You're looking at FaZe, you're looking at G2, for example, against Mongols earlier on. You're going up against Furia with the new player coming in, new coaching staff. They haven't played a single official yet so far. You can't mess this up. You really cannot mess this up. And if you do that, you have to win 4 best of ones, or 3 best of ones, sorry, in a row to qualify for the playoffs. So it's going to be rough for Na'Vi. I'm going to be a little bit more strict with how I hold them up to my standards, so to speak, or rather their own standards. And I feel like they need to convince themselves that they are a team that, you know, belong in the upper echelons of Counter-Strike.
Well, I thought I definitely heard the teams cheering and shouting. I thought I definitely heard Furia. But guess what? They're not quite ready just yet. So we're going to go to a break, and then we'll come back, hopefully, with the game for you guys.
Sneaking through the back door of my heart, would you close it for? I can't tell what you're looking for, and I could lie and say you ain't my type, but it feels right, I know right, and it looks like you just might make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Myself, I can't let go all the way. Got me in the face. You got it, I want it, you love it. You make me so I can't deny it. Cause you make me wanna say, cause I'm feeling you, cause it got me, baby, it got me saying, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. to my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loud without a sound, and I will rise, and I will fly. don't know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. I took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from within. And if the sun can't break through, just let the thunder shake you. I know there's a hunger for the truth. Another moment of clarity. I see the one who breaks me.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Thank you very much for your patience. We've now got all of the issues sorted out. It's Na'Vi versus Furia in their opening game of the Esports World Cup, Jason. And Na'Vi expected to win this one, but there's a feeling of hope for this new Furia.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird. I think the big thing is the not really knowing what the Furia quantity is going to be, because it's not like people are super hot on Na'Vi in terms of their season after the major victory, right? Like they were one of the teams I think people kind of sort of expected there was potential for a roster change to come in during the break. They stood pat, obviously. Furia on this side of things brought Skulls in over from Liquid. They've had the coaching change, the shift of different roles as well. Fallen taking control, which has been in place ever since Art's departure a little bit ago. So I mean, I think for a lot of people, this match just feels like everything's a little bit up in the air from the Furia camp, which is just a huge loss in confidence. But we open up on Nuke. We open up with Na'Vi starting on the CT side.
We'll see how this matchup gets underway. Best of 3 to kick off the EWC. ECB breaks open that vent and plays close in towards Squeaky Door. He's going to have a lot of presence coming towards him. cs2 newly resigned and will resign the life of Alexi B. Ima falling down, Cello stepping out with it. JL missing shots in the rafters, still alive and eventually getting taken out by Skulls. Bit now left alone. It's a 1v4 total for Bit. He has got one already locked in, but couldn't stop cs2 once he got those Julies in his hands. So a good start here for Furia. Very hot out the top side.
Yeah, great bust through the door and a good entry provided by cs2 to allow them to get in. And then obviously you have all that space being taken, wide swings everywhere, and it's really tough for the CTs to put a stop to that. So really good start. 1-0. The all-important pistol around the CT side on Nuke is going to have to struggle to get some economy under their feet. And it looks like they're going to stand pat with the USPs. Bit's upgraded to a Deagle, 1 kill for him, so he's going to spend some of that cash. Let's see what they've got in round 2, but really this is Na'Vi looking forward to the first go.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting time for both of these teams, but it was a couple of minutes ago, we're saying maybe half an hour ago, Jacob was saying on the desk of one of his hot takes that, you know, no one's that safe in this Na'Vi squad, perhaps apart from Alexi B at the moment. Like, everybody has to kind of play for their spots throughout this season.
I don't know.
Do you agree with that?
No, I think JL and Wonderful are pretty darn safe.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I think those guys are standing pretty pat. Yeah, other than that, certainly maybe some questions coming in between the remaining players from there. At the moment, though,
decent amount of damage done by some of these weaker weapons of Na'Vi. Now JL not famous with that fight against Fallen.
Sure, but you'll take that damage. You'll tank it as you cross those smokes, knowing you have such a superiority of firepower. It's been an interesting start to the Esports World Cup, considering the opening games that we had. We've had
a lot of games.
G2, really close affair against Mongols. Obviously, that was fun watching the new look G2 with Snacks kind of at the helm in place of Hooksy. FaZe had a little bit of a tough time against Blackwest on map 1.
Had to get the job done at OT.
And then obviously Malsashi was its own little scary 3-mapper that we had.
Ima just ran out of ammo, realized, oh, no bullets left, jumps to his death. Now Bit's big dig. Can you do anything with it? Plants on the smoke, nice shot from Bit. Ooh, plant is down and confirmed, but Bit is swift to move into the back of the bomb site and then taken out by Yuri. So 2-0 start here for Furia. Decent amount of damage for Na'Vi. And now they get in a position where they can start to purchase weapons of their own. So that full buy will be coming up.
Yeah, full buy coming in. Wonderful's not going to have money for the AWP quite yet. That'll come a little bit later. JL's going to be down to that MP9. And obviously, if you go back to some of the big nuke games that we've seen out of Na'Vi and going back to the major, JL, a very, very solid anchor in that upper bomb site. Likes to stand pat, doesn't rotate too fast, and does a good job managing some of the pressure that comes in that upper bomb site, and we'll see what Furio decides to attack. 3 Galils, 2 AK-47s, and Bit's going to play behind the smoke and ramp, and that makes it so easy as they try and walk through. Beautiful double kill. Can't find Fallen, but damage is done. Information is passed over.
Wonderful can't really stick around and go for that fight either. Mollied back. He has to go up towards Heaven instead. So some ramp room space to play with now for Fury. In particular, Skulls, who can start to move into a position where he can maybe even start to flank on Wonderful. So much time left in this round for Fury still.
Wonderful.
Yeah, plenty of it. But they're looking for a reaction, being a man down, and they're not getting it at the moment. They don't even really have a whole lot of utility, considering like how simple that kind of tactic felt of like coming through that smoke towards ramp room. They've used a lot of nades elsewhere to try and put a little bit of trickery into the round, and they're running low on it now. And this pause on the other side has given time for Na'Vi to rotate a player down lower. Ima's going to be down there chilling. He's got smoke flash, waiting patiently. 50 seconds left for Furia to figure out how they're going to close this round.
Это Wonderful. В смысле Wonderwaffle, алло?
Yuri creeping in towards help.
That's
45 seconds.
That shift from Wonderful might be a huge mistake.
They've made some space now off the back of that, and that does allow Furia back into this, but Wonderful starting to realize that possibility coming back. Looked like the perfect time, but he gets taken out by Skulls, and Furia with 30 seconds left, now even these numbers out at 3, but they're thinking about that lower bomb site, and if they come here, they've got to deal with Imma, and the Romanian, he's just waiting to strike, realizes he has to drop down into that lower bomb site. 19 seconds, he's inside of the darkness. They still have to try and check him. They've got an idea, and they deal with him. 13 seconds left now for Furia. Bomb plant coming through in that smoke, but JL with a headshot might have just sealed the deal here for Na'Vi. Yuri sticking to that plant again, has enough time, but JL does it again. It's Skull's life with no time left, and now he needs to stay alive. He can't go down after the time, otherwise $1,000 in the bank. And JL does so much in that round for Na'Vi.
Yeah, tons of bonus money. Really fortunate with that spam through the smoke, because Imma couldn't slow them down, couldn't put a stop to it. Good find from Skulls. But altogether, not a bad round from Furia, despite the fact that they end up losing it. 4 kills. They get into that lower bomb site. They found a way to pressure them in a 3v4 as well. That's not bad, all things considered. So Na'Vi's not out of it just yet.
It is going to be a problem, especially when he gets that little headshot.
Yeah, that little one-tap dink is like, oh, okay, I know who you are now. This is cool.
Great work from JL. Unpredictable positioning.
But look at the buy that's going to have to come in from Na'Vi. Even with all that bonus money built up from JL, he's going to stick on the SMG, letting his teammates get some of the rifles. But, I mean, you got 2 of the SMGs, 2 of the MP9, 2 FAMAS as well. Nades being picked up where possible. Still a pretty sketchy buy from Na'Vi, so Fury have a chance to respond, but they too really busted in terms of cash.
Yeah, they're struggling. Thanks to JL's last second.
Round.
And if you're Na'Vi, you have to...
Oh, no. It gets even worse for them.
Oh, that's awkward.
Smokes outside of the map.
Yeah, you hate to see that. I was gonna say, if you're Na'Vi and you know the economy is low, you're probably expecting, you're probably saying like, hey guys, watch for an upper bust, watch for an explosion, maybe a few Tech 9s on the board, look for that aggressive play.
Look at this, aggressive play indeed from Alexi B inside of that smoke. Yuri's predicting this kind of movement though. He's got a read on it. Oh, barrel comes through and Alexi B will fall. JL holds the site for just 1. Turned it out quite effectively. Awkward fight close door, but cs2 wins it. And Furia now into a 3 versus 1. It's Bit who's made sound now coming up heaven. Doesn't feel comfortable going back into the bomb site via that avenue, and now he'll start to slip away. So that's Furia, upper bust, and a 3-1 scoreline now for them.
A little bit delayed. A little bit delayed on the bust, right? They hit a timing with it, but you have to say, good utility. Door player was completely blinded with no chance at getting anything done. That Alexi B engagement through the smoke is maybe just a little bit unfortunate in terms of where Yuri's positioned, stopping him from coming all the way through.
Considering that round started with a couple of pistols in the mix among the rifles, and the fact that they threw a smoke outside of the map, all in all, that's a very comfortable round win for Furia.
Not bad at all. I know one of the conversations the desk was having is you know, about the leadership of Fallen and you know, how much freedom is going to be given over to players. And I know when I worked with him in Liquid, his kind of philosophy of how he liked to in-game lead was basically giving everyone all the freedom they want. You know, he had the broad strokes. He wanted to have
is it
like
more
the timing.
suggestions than the calls, maybe?
He's more like, we need to take control of, like, if you go to like Dust 2, like we need to take control of Catwalk. But he doesn't care how it's done. But it's up to the players entirely.
So they
have that freedom of,
okay.
Do you want to go for a contact play? What's your read in the area of the map that I want you to take? And you get your kind of freedom to do that how you'd like.
Feels like that would require a lot of trust though, right? And with a new roster, maybe that'll take some time to build up that trust as time goes on.
New roster, but he's been playing with them for quite some time. And obviously at this point, if he hasn't built trust in cs2, Yuri, and Cello, then there's other issues at play here.
True. And I'm sure Skulls is going to be happy speaking Portuguese again after his short stint in Liquid.
I mean, as more information has just seemingly come out and more kind of conversation around that kind of Liquid lineup, I think more than anything, Skulls is probably just happy to be out of such an environment, right? It's not even the Portuguese, although certainly that helps. It's just like within a team that isn't as dysfunctional as the Liquid roster was.
Yeah, well, Bit has just been spotted thanks to the shadows, so they're very aware of his close position here. They're going to try and clear it, but dealing with Bit is another problem altogether. Bit on the double, and now he has JL to act as a distraction as Bit cleans up 3 with a FAMAS. That is the only weapon worth talking about for Na'Vi, and finally it is stopped by cs2, but there's 55 seconds left in this round. Na'Vi, unfortunately, only have 3 USPs left, but we've seen stranger things happen. And Wonderful's position is so strong. They just walk right into it.
Yeah, there's no way to clear that. These USPs, weaker weapons, but they've got all the time in the world to slide into awkward spots.
Mirage.
And now an M4 picked up.
Navi.
kserato in a 1v3,
Ban.
and he's going to miss the timing on
Это
Wonderful's
Фурия,
change of
бан.
position.
He's got the
Inferno.
bomb on his back, but he's only
Navi.
got 30 seconds left
И
in this round.
даст 2 десайда.
He's worried that Wonderful could still be positioned towards the back of the
Время
garage, but he
1-3.
is
Это
repositioned
раунд.
intelligently
И
so.
3-1.
Now kserato with 19
Clutch
seconds remaining
ситуация.
on that clock starts to come in towards this upper bomb site.
And you're going to have to take
cs2
risks.
ищет.
Like, you're just going to have to make an educated guess. He
Кого
probably thinks that
подловить.
somebody's pushed in towards lobby, might choose to plant backside, which would obviously make
Wonderful.
things really easy for Wonderful. And there's the peak,
Убивает
there's the kill.
cs2.
And Navi stay on the board with the second round.
2-3.
It's going to be very frustrating for Furia to lose that round. You're up against USPs and a FAMAS. It's well played from Navi on the lower bomb side, though. Good teamwork here.
Вот тоже бывает, ребят.
Really good teamwork, and obviously a very important first kill from Bit. You know, he gets that kill on Cello, and that's where JL can actually get involved in the action.
Tactical timeout. Yeah, that's rattled him.
It's probably maybe rattled them a little bit, but more than anything, I think it's about how you want to play this round with the money. It's very spread across multiple players. I think there's like 2 rifles that can be afforded. Someone's got 4,000. Let me check really quick. Yeah, Yuri's sitting at 4,000. kserato at 4,800. There's your AK-47s if you want to buy here. 28 and 2,500 on 2 more skulls down at 1,400. So your buy is going to be a little bit all over the place. And it's kind of like, okay, what resources can we actually pick up? What tools are we going to have to use in terms of weaponry, in terms of utility? And that lets him know where in the playbook he can actually look to find the winning recipe.
Well, they've taken the timeout. They've come up with this purchase. An AK-47 for kserato and Yuri, as predicted.
Ops out in the hands of the Navi defense on Wonderful.
And he is going to want to wield that instantly towards outside. Smokes.
Vega, cool.
Shattered open. Wonderful peers behind it, but not too any information. Now worried about the possibility of a player up on top of main. Emma just being a nuisance towards Squeaky. Player in close position gets caught by that Molotov. He has to get away from that.
Yeah,
kserato brought down to 5 HP.
And that Molotov doesn't go anywhere where Furia was really hoping it would go towards. It just kind of stops out in the open. Nobody can come through. Yuri's picked off Wonderful. That's the op down. They lost eyes on the drop on towards Garage.
Oh, Emma spamming down. He's getting close to dishing out some damage in towards the back of that Squeaky smoke, but none connecting. And a minute and 7 seconds left. Furia hold the player advantage, but they don't have a whole lot of space to play with. And they've lost some health. In particular on kserato, who's actually had to offer that AK now on over to Skulls instead. I know him. He's been wanting to do this all round long, and now he gets his chance. Fallen detects that push forward.
And that's Bit Signal. Bit Signal to start kind of getting an idea of getting aggressive in towards lobby. A late
JL
round
comes
crunch.
through. Yeah, sick play from Navi. 3 players, 1 pushing through ramp, 1 through hut, 1 through Squeaky, and now Alexi B covers off the main entrance. Yuri takes out Emma, and Alexi B needs to trade this. And it's not so clean. Fortunately for Alexi, he did have JL somewhat close by, and Cello falls at the hand of Bit. So this round started with a Fury advantage, and will finish with the Navi third round that ties this game up.
Yeah, but they forgot about the op. No one can recover it. No one's close by towards credit outside to pick up that AWP. So
He's got money at least.
They lose that. They got to respend it, which always hurts.
Yeah, does hurt. But fortunately for the side of Navi, they don't have to deal with a buy. Line up against him in this round. Furia down to 2k average. Likely to see a full eco from Furia, maybe a couple of PC50s here and that. And this should now be Navi heading into the lead to kick off Nuke. It was oh so long ago that we found ourselves looking at the veto on the desk. The veto is Nuke, which was Furious map pick up first, then Mirage, which is the pick of Navi, and Dust 2 to decide if we need it.
Oh, that could be spicy.
Yeah, that could be real
A little
spicy.
Dust 2 decider. I'm into it. Gets a little weird. Good job from Bit. And this is just a shooting gallery. He gets to essentially deathmatch behind this box. So much safety against pistols with no utility. Pulls out a Tech 9 of his own. Nice and easy. All the advantages. Good round from Bit with a quad kill. And that's Navi taking the lead 4-3.
It would be nice to be able to play a ramp like Bit, wouldn't it? Just it makes it look so easy every single time. Difficult player to go up against. He's always changing his position, always has a different look and way of playing in towards that CT side.
Yeah, you got aim like Bit. You can play things a little bit differently than the average human being.
Yeah, definitely so. Navi did finish the last season with the final at the last spring finals. I think that was kind of their best result outside of the major, wasn't it? It was just getting to another final and finishing on somewhat of a strong note.
After the major win, I mean, the whole conversation around the Fluke win, if they can repeat that kind of success, I know it had to have been getting to them. Good find from cs2 on the smoke. And I think that kind of final blast in London, despite not winning it, was sort of like, okay, yeah, we still can reach these levels. We can still hit this peak.
Well, JL's timing, as he takes a few steps back, he would have got a kill free onto Skulls. But timing has worked out perfectly here for the Brazilian. Now he's got a bit of a gap to play with. cs2 down lower, that's a problem you have to worry about for Navi's defense. It's not a comfortable round here for the CTs.
Skulls is in the lurk position for Furia.
A lot of noise inside of the studio today. Plenty of action going on across multiple streams, and JL streaming his way in behind, still hasn't detected Skulls, who is just waiting ever so patiently.
And he's calling lobby clear right now, which is super dangerous for Alexi B inside the bomb site.
Wonderful, picks off another Fury that goes down, and Skulls will activate onto Alexi B. Bit falls in turn. And now Fury with 40 seconds left, they've got a player advantage, but they've got to get that bomb down into the site. JL descends down the vent and will fall to Fallen, who now puts that bomb down on the A site. Wonderful, despite getting 2 kills out of this round, is unable to turn the tide in favor of Navi.
And they know his position. Took that shot at cs2, so now they know exactly where he is. They know exactly the timing and what position his next piece of aggression could come from. So there's really no chance of him and no real reason for him to go for this. He's got to just kind of find that kill on Fallen. He's trying to take the op away and back off towards CT spawn, preserve the weapon. Good round from Furia going up and down through the vents. And Navi's defense, the fact that JL never spots Skulls.
That's
like
heartbreaking.
The timing on the move, but also going to Squeaky Door instead of clearing Hut. Like, you know, you'd make that other decision. You find Skulls, free kill. Alexi's alive. You probably rotate down and win the round. But the fact they could never find that lobby lurk made it so difficult for Furia. Or for Navi, excuse me.
Yeah, the information they were piecing together wasn't exactly the correct information.
Because look at that kill from Fallen. He's got the bomb. Like, if he goes down in vents, that's a really difficult round for Fury all of a sudden. But JL's just like, okay, this is just the lurk. Like, the end goal is the lower bomb site. And just at the whole time, Navi struggled to figure out exactly what Fury was going to do. And that's a tendency we've seen from Fury throughout this half so far, is willing to be patient, willing to not make a hard decision on where they want to end immediately, take their time in finding that final play.
4-4. Round.
A ramp play for Furia. They go right through that smoke, and it's been one hell of a start to the World Cup for Bit, who has been detected so often towards ramp.
I would wonder if this is something they have in research of like a play they want to call, of noticing, you know, Navi sometimes leaves this empty. Let's see if we can test it. Is Twice walking through that smoke?
And cs2 just assassinating the upper bomb site. Alexi B and Imma goes down. JL stepping up. Bit has to double up. It does exactly that through the control room window. Despite not starting the round at ramp, Bit is still able to deliver impact, defending this lower bomb site. Running out of ammo in that primary weapon. Switches out to the pistol. Couldn't finish off the job, but perhaps that will fall instead to JL. Yuri low on health. That smoke makes it uncomfortable for JL, but he moves into strong position. That gap in the smoke, it looks tantalizing for JL. He's going to catch the perfect timing, leaving it all on Fallen. The Professor goes down to JL, and it is a 5-4 scoreline as Navi take a small lead thanks to Bit.
I actually love that play that JL just made. You know that player is dinked, who's just thrown the smoke. You know it's likely there's not going to be too much aggression behind it. You find that gap around the left side. You find an avenue to make a play. And man, Furia's got to be furious because they give away this entrance from cs2. One on Alexi, then he finds Imma 5-on-3, and they cannot convert. Off angle from Bit, and he delivers stellar headshots.
He's had a crazy start to this game. Really hot performance from Bit. Currently looking at a 14-6 scoreline right now for him in particular. And Imma under pressure, under a lot of scrutiny, and that's cs2 with some speed, packing a punch into this upper bomb site. It's a punch that'll knock out JL. That bomb site falls, wonderful! Oh, descends down with a no-scope, and cs2's out of that. What a stylish maneuver from Wonderful. And it's Yuri left in a 1v2, and they're both low, but Wonderful does not catch. 6-4. and style points on top for the Ukrainian Alper.
They needed all of it from Wonderful because we were struggling to hold on to that bomb site hit. Some of those upper busts from Furia so far in this game have been really effective. I feel like we're seeing a little bit of miscommunication in terms of how people are playing different situations. When you think about the cs2 double entry in the previous round, when you think about Yuri dropping on towards roof, being able to take out Wonderful with the op with no knowledge somebody was there. There's a couple details from Na'Vi that I think are slipping out of their grasp, but it's a wonderful sign that they're up 6-4 in a situation like this where it feels like they're not on the same page entirely.
I've seen Bit select this position before. Just playing behind that smoke. Alexi B is going to hear those cross smokes coming through. The steps have fallen now audible as he makes his way towards Secret, but Yuri has stayed silent. He wants to stay secret until now he makes his steps forward to join Fallen on that lower bomb site. Bit is locking down ramp again. Good position for him, but now has to reposition. Fallen in the meantime is coming up to try and get this flank on. Wonderful not reading this, not predicting this, and this could be very effective for Fallen because no one is considering the fact that this is a possibility. Fallen could get a double kill from this. Takes out Wonderful, sees Bit. He manages just one this time, Bit. It is falling apart here for Na'Vi in this round, and it is Furia piecing it together.
I mean, this just goes back to what I just mentioned, like some kind of, they're on different pages, like not communicating as well. It's not flowing because we just opened up this round of like, oh, Alexi B hears those cross smokes, footsteps running across, and yet no one addressed the lower bomb site. No one even had eyes on it.
So strange.
And Fallen's able to walk all the way through to grab a free kill and then put Bit into an impossible situation.
Not only did they not address the lower bomb site problem, no one was even intermittently checking behind them.
No one looked like they had a care in the world.
Yeah, no one even was thinking about, it could be someone
on like some kind of a timing, like maybe
yeah.
every 4 seconds I should just check down here.
Fully banked on that ramp play being the only one, but does not work out here for Na'Vi. Works out very well indeed for Furia because that's some lifeline. Now at the end of this half, they have a great chance to tie things up, and this could have ended up being an 8-4 scoreline for Na'Vi exiting the first half of play. But Furia right back into a very strong half here.
It's 2 rounds in this half won by Furia where they've had a majority of Tech 9s, right? We saw it earlier in the half with an upper bust. We saw that upper bust almost work again outside of the heroics of Wonderful. And then obviously this one with Fallen lurking through that lower bomb site and backstabbing ramp room. 5-6, Furia looking for an even scoreline on their T-side nuke.
Solid opening map here for Na'Vi and Furia. Wonderful going out towards red. Some aggression this time for Wonderful, and he isn't stopping. That flash could be effective, but he dodges it. He sees it long enough to get away with it. And Wonderful is looking to be an absolute nuisance here for Fury, but they've dodged and they've taken a pathway that allows them to get into secret, and they've traded positioning. Wonderful starts to think about this possibility. He's not seeing anybody until that smoke fades away. He takes out Yuri, goes back to cover off Cello, and it's very effective for Wonderful to kick off this round. It puts Furia down to just 3 players. And this could end up, well, it should be 7-5 now for Na'Vi.
And yeah, you can see they were trying to pinch into this upper bomb site, right? They were trying to wait for the smoke to fade over towards door and be able to attack into it with a pinch from Mini, but that ain't happening anymore. And Fallen's off. Not a great weapon to try and find an opening towards this upper site. Spots a leg, has information. There's Wonderful for a 1-for-1, but on top, this defense is way too strong.
cs2 left alone, but Bit will crush him. What a strong performance from Wonderful in Bit, and it leads Na'Vi to a 7-5 lead at the half. Na'Vi lead the way versus Fury here in their opening game of the Esports World Cup. It's an expected result for Na'Vi to take the victory today against this Furious side, but that was a very close affair, and I'm really enjoying the Counter-Strike we're seeing out of the break here, Jason.
Honestly, it feels almost like lucky that Na'Vi have a 2-round lead, considering some of the mistakes and some of the disorganization it felt like I was watching. And I think if we talk to the Na'Vi guys after the series and ask them about Nuke, like, yeah, CT side, we played like absolute crap. We were not on the same page, but look, they still come out with the lead, and now they get to test their offense and the Fury defense.
Well, speaking of tests, Cello has one right now, and he does not pass. He gets absolutely destroyed by Wonderful.
But give him like a phone a friend, right? Get someone like
help.
Anyone.
Yeah, unfortunately for Cello, he's left out to dry. It's very hot here in Riyadh. It's going to be Fallen taking Alexibi out of that grenade. It lands perfectly, and numbers evened out again. Na'Vi in this post plant looking to defend the onslaught of CTs, looking to try and retake this one. Skulls goes out Decon and is decapitated. Is JL with that big headshot. Wonderful gone. Yuri following up. And a 2v3 here for Na'Vi. Suddenly down to just Ima and Bit to close this one out. And there's time, but yeah, it is starting to tick. And that big headshot from Bit is certainly going to help matters here for Na'Vi, because they are just absolute nuisances at this point. Ima get back in, gets around the corner, and time is now ticking. 2-5 for cs2 to win this round. Na'Vi will take themselves the pistol to kick off this second half.
Yeah, really good start. Really well done on the pistol round as well. Swarming into that lower side. Cello all on his own. Can't hold back all the Glocks. And solid post-plant position means even though the players in the site go down, you have control of window and stairs, and it's no big deal. You can just hold Furia off that defuse the entire time.
Хочу спать. Честно.
That damn smile.
Yeah, that's where it all started. And now, I don't think Fury are going to be smiling. It's just USPs and a P250. I think that's another talking point towards the end of last season as well, was the reason Na'Vi won the major was a large part with the MVP performance of JL, right? And he didn't really keep up that major MVP performance throughout the rest of the season. But he did kind of return to form in London.
It was solid. Nothing obviously, as you said, approached that. I think another big one, the desk mentioned it as well, was also Wonderful, who had an insane performance back in the major as well in Copenhagen. Wonderful clutches with the AWP. Just good, solid performances, good picks. And even he fell off a little bit too, and that's, I mean, you have to assume like that's natural. Like the step up in performances individually in Copenhagen was outrageous.
Obviously, the conversation at the time was maybe they won the major a little bit too early. It's an awkward setup inside the ramp.
Playing whack-a-mole.
It's cleaned up. The Wolves do not win this time. There's a recovered weapon for Skulls, so he's going to back off into the corner. In the meantime, Alexibi is putting that bomb down inside of the A site. And Wonderful defending against cs2. Skulls will be up next. And a Wonderful one collecting. So 9-5. Na'Vi with a strong, quick start into the second half. And finally, we'll get Furia purchasing up into the weapons again.
They can come back into this pretty quick, Furia, though. Everything to get a little bit of momentum, get some money behind them as well. Let's see what they can do with it. Won't have the AWP in the field of play either, as we saw as well from Na'Vi. Took them a few rounds to get that AWP out in the hands of Wonderful. Problem is, at the moment, for the Furia side of things, you got nobody who's able to really keep up and match with Bit, who's got 19 kills. Wonderful's got 17. Those two guys, as a pairing, are just decimating you. 4-round deficit, and Furia's getting aggressive towards ramp room.
Oh, Cello inside of that smoke, very close to JL. He'll be able to smell his perfume at this point. And Fallen, ready to fire the flash in. That should activate Cello. Good flash. In fact, JL completely blinded, but Cello took a little longer than expected to take that kill. JL started to become unblinded by the time his opportunity presented itself. So 5v4, Na'Vi crossing extra players outside. And that deconstruction of the smoke is only temporary, so Na'Vi able to cross behind it safely now, getting towards Secret, dodging the spam, and safely making their way through.
I really like that setup that they did with Cello getting aggressive and Fallen flashing for him from deep, because they don't have a lot of nades in utility. So making a play with what utility you do have, and it's given you an advantage here. Really, really cool way to set that up. And now we have Na'Vi just kind of lurking through Secret at the moment. Fury is pretty stagnant on the map. Fallen's coming down from ramp room to kind of peek towards lower. You've got Cello down there as well. Cello's only got 2 kills at the moment. Didn't notice that one of them in this round. But he's got a chance to add a few more to the tally as 3 Na'Vi members circle his location.
Yeah, for the first time on this game, we've got Cello looking to say hello. He's got himself a kill on Wonderful. Big round from Cello. You'll get an important double. Most of his teammates need to step up, but Na'Vi coming out, swinging and fighting and getting into that lower bomb site. His numbers are now evened out with just enough time to put that bomb down comfortably and get away. Bit follows up with a headshot on Yuri and Furia. This is a disastrous round for them. They were in a powerful position, but it just stopped working out. And Na'Vi are now looking to reach double figures on the scoreboard as the desperate lead back in is cancelled because cs2 and Skulls realize they can't win this one.
I think it's a horrible defensive setup in the lower bomb site, or maybe just protocols and how you react to it. Cello obviously kind of struggled a little bit on top of that silo to connect with a kill, does get one. I think Fallen is way too committed to being like a hardcore teammate and supportive teammate. Out in the open, you've got 2-3 choke points you've got to worry about, the window and the doors on control side, decon as well, and Fallen just gets completely caught with no ability to have an impact, and that is, as you said, a disaster for Furia.
And they could have crawled their way back into this game, and now it is going to be much more difficult because you look at the money situation here for Furia. It's not like they have a buy to rely upon to fall back on. So the most likely scenario now is 11-5 for Na'Vi, and they are starting to push their way towards a nuke victory here. It's a good opening move. Cello fortunate actually to get the kill in the end. Yeah, this setup just gets cleaned out. Fallen just exposed to absolutely everything.
All right, well, now we got to do it the hard way. Pistols and an MP9 on Cello.
It's a half investment. Fury leaving money for the next round. They get a full buy. They can keep a couple of these Na'Vi players modest. Emma is going to make his way towards Secret. If he would continue, there are 2 players on this lower side of the map waiting for him. It's Yuri and Cello looking to combine. But Emma has pumped the brakes because the next action from Na'Vi is taking ramp control, and they are doing so silently and undetected by any players of Fury because there's no one here. They found a great amount of space.
There's no one here, but there is a double setup downstairs. Kind of a very similar setup to what ruined Fury attacking Secret earlier when Bit had that save from Moss and got a triple kill with it. You have a similar kind of exchange here. Cello with an MP9, Yuri waiting to bait after that first contact. But Na'Vi's just going elsewhere. They're not going to fall into the trap. Ima's there kind of slowly probing into it, but he can take his time because the main thrust of this is coming from ramp room.
He's taking his time.
And they're just being quiet the whole way. Na'Vi's not giving up any information. Ima's going to find it at this point.
Oh, Cello's head just ducks down, spots out Ima. He was very aware of the possibility of a second player being in that position. Now Wonderful opens those doubles doors. Tries to get that kill in towards the back of the doorway. Cello doing a good job at staying alive, but now time is a factor for Na'Vi to consider. So they put that bomb down. Now the pressure is completely on Fury to pull this one back. And so far, so good. 2 kills, pulled back. They're charging down Ima. They trade him out eventually. It's now JL and Bit, sure with better weapons, but those AKs, they've been picked up off the floor. And the spoils of war may work in favor here for Furia. Lack of kit is a problem.
It's done.
And they are locked out by that smoke. They have a grenade to blow it open, but they need this kill on JL, and he holds down just one. Bit now in a position at control room where he can take out the ramp player, and he's in a very good spot to try and deny the defuse. They're going to stick it, but the time is gone, and Bit has won this, just staying alive for Na'Vi.
I was going to say, it's planted backside. That could actually get a little bit sketchy, but no kid. Probably didn't have time for the defuse and gets off it anyways. Ooh, a little bit of a tense round. Furia almost pull a rabbit out of the hat. With all the disadvantages, they come up with the kills. But Bit and JL are able to outlast. That is a very, very fortunate smoke to have at the end of the day. Let's call it that. Yeah. Dropping it on the stairs, and I was like, nah. As soon as that smoke boomed, it's like, this round's done. Like, I'm surprised they even got the trade on that.
And Bit, if the Glock just closes out, makes it look nice towards the end there. And this could be a very quick victory for Na'Vi, considering the second half performance, and they're going to be very happy with the T side.
And considering the back and forth nature of that first half as well.
True.
Okay, Fallen and Cello both picking up an op. So double op setup right out of the gate.
Well, it seems like they're out of options at this point. You know, you got to start winning rounds. So double op setup, let's see if this works out.
So Cello, I would imagine, would be towards ramp room. Fallen is going to be outside a little bit more roamy with his AWP, probably mobile around the map.
Well, that's exactly where Cello's going. Good eye for the game, Jason. Let's see what Cello can do with that sniper. No one coming towards him this time. Last round was all about ramp for Na'Vi. This time, No one even thinking about it because it's all about charging through height. Skulls gets one. Effective flashbangs coming in for Na'Vi. cs2 completely blinded. Only good for one, but Yuri has arrived and has put it all onto Wonderful. So 1v3, he's up against 2 snipers and a low HP Yuri. So there's a chance if he can get that heaven kill, but Cello nails the shot when given the chance.
Now, they never spotted the second op. I mean, that's kind of, if you're Furia, that's the kind of round you really didn't want to have happen, so it's kind of good on them for winning it in terms of you've invested in this double op setup, you have one outside, one in ramp room, and they actually hit towards upper. They're not doing the lurk towards secret and getting, you don't have a chance for Fallen's op to get involved. But seeing Cello with an op would Na'Vi make the assumption that there's a double op setup. You know, Fallen's the one to normally hold on to it. Do you make that guess, or do you kind of play as if it's a single AWP defense at the moment? But that has to be the launching pad for Furia, that victory right there. This has to be the round that gets them to build some momentum and come back into this. Plenty of money on the Na'Vi side for another buy.
And this is also their first timeout being used. So the first time Blade has had his 30 seconds here.
Yeah, he's been able to be pretty chill.
Yeah, he's just relaxing.
And like tactically, like this whole game has felt in control for Na'Vi outside of a few communication errors in terms of how players are set up, who's watching what, who needs to be watching what position is exposed. But the fact that you were able to work through those problems in the first half and even lead with a lead, it lets you keep those timeouts.
And now look at the decision for Na'Vi. They've gone all in, and it's not a pretty all in. It's 1 AK, 1 Galil, and the rest are on Tech 9. It's a good start for Yuri through the smoke. Alexa stood no chance in dealing with that. And now they'll get that confirmation that Fallen has the AWP in his hands. JL bit left in a 2 versus 5. And this buy has not worked out for Na'Vi whatsoever.
No, but finding I mean, the unfortunate thing is you're not going to buy in the next round if you're Na'Vi, but that knowledge of the double op setup being on the board allows you to kind of tactically look at your options in terms of what you want to do. So you now have a pretty critical piece of information of how the defense is going to be operating. So Alexi B, that's everything he needs as an IGL is the intel to see what he can call up against it. Bit's got a minute to save this AK-47.
Well, everybody at home, time to get comfortable.
Yeah, go get some popcorn. How's your break, Dinko? How's the player break? You moved.
Yeah, I did. I moved, checked out a new city, started new hobbies, you know, been climbing, ruining my fingers. I feel like all the casters these days are climbing now, Jason. We're all going to be like spider monkeys.
When you say all, you mean
all the cool ones.
Okay, sure.
All the cool casters are doing it these days.
Right.
Even Alex does it, you know.
Is Alex getting into it too?
Well, he does it sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's one of those things.
Sure.
What about you, Jason? Did a lot of gardening and a lot of adult life?
Yeah, I did. I missed Counter-Strike. At the end of like the 3rd week, I was just like, this is weird.
I wonder how relatable gardening is to the fan base at home. How many people you reckon garden in the CS community?
There's tons of us out there, Dinko. Tons of us green thumbs out there in the world.
Green thumbs. Well, that's your minute over. That's it. That's all we had to suffer through. And Bit actually saved the AK. He actually succeeded in doing so. Now, with how Bit has been playing, having a hero AK, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's a good point to make, a good conversation to have, and also just an element of danger where you can kind of whittle down some of the money. Maybe you can take an AWP away at some point. Maybe you can find an opening kill and allow some of the pistols to slide into a gap. Unfortunately, I think Na'Vi was pretty much at 1900 across the board around that AK-47. So I don't even know if there's going to be deagles. There's one Tech 9 on Wonderful to try and be able to pick up what Bit can provide.
Cello.
But it really is the AK-47, and that's it.
And they're charging towards the sniper. Missed shot for Cello. Got to be a little bit worried now as he's going to drop down into that lower bomb site, break out the window, and play from double doors instead. This time it's a quick rotation from Yuri to come and help him. Missed shot again from Cello. Eventually you'd imagine he'd get punished. Shot lands this time. It's not enough damage to bring down Wonderful. Eventually has to switch out to the pistol to get that job done. And Bit's AK finally strikes, but it is only a single kill, and there's not much going here for Na'Vi.
Not bad from Cello, not clean in any way, but
he's still alive.
He's done a really good job of kind of avoiding some of the danger, maneuvering to find some kills. Bit will get the plants. Cello will live, and the double op setup survives into the next round.
He took like 15 shots, and I don't think he got... Did he get a kill with the op?
He did. Not with the op. He cleaned it up with a pistol. We don't need to talk
That's
about
actually
that.
pretty impressive, honestly.
We don't need to talk about that.
Oh, we'll probably get a replay to see it. Nice quick shot from Bit, but the rifle is coming. There he did. He got one.
Oh, he
got
did,
one,
yeah.
Alexi, yeah.
Not bad.
There's so much chaos.
There was a little bit of chaos.
11-8. This scoreline suddenly isn't looking as one-sided as it once was. As Furia once again open up a chance to get back into Nuke. This could be Navi's chance for 12. Cello up on top of the AWP, still towards ramp. Navi will be very aware of that double up setup now. Serrano just hoping, praying he's going to get something through that smoke.
It's pretty chill across the map at the moment. Even Navi was like, let's just wait for like 20 seconds. Let's not do a whole lot.
But given the nature of the esports World Cup, we've got so many esports going on, people are probably hopping between streams, Jason, but hold that thought. It's not the start of the conversation, but Inlet's about to end it. It's falling, strikes into his back. Bit to remove Yuri, and Skull's lobby push comes at a perfect time. Was so close to a double kill, but JL is very fast on that headshot. Keeps Navi with 3 players apiece, and Bit is starting to wrap around the back of Fallen.
Yeah, Fallen's outpositioned here, and he doesn't seem aware of it whatsoever. He's trying to cover Mini for cs2, who's in that upper bomb site all on his own, so he's not going to be checking anything in this direction, and Bit has found a way to wrap around outside. He can pause and wait and look for rotations, but if that AWP never has to move, he'll never find the opportunity. Now Cello's aware. Ooh. Timing of his rotation is going to be fast.
Good awareness from Bit. Great movement to dodge the possibility of an up shot. And he climbs up. Cello's faster to the top of the ladder. It's going to be a close fight in the no-scope for Cello. cs2 cleans up the rest. And it's 9 rounds for Furia as they are really back in this game now.
Yeah, good play from Cello. I mean, just playing so passive on ramp room towards the halls, towards under ladder, allowed him to get a jump on that play from Bit. Once he has that intel, that's a very aggressive play, and he knows exactly what he needs to do, which is protect cs2's back. And Furia still fighting in this game, 9-11. It's been 4 rounds straight.
And now the money for Navi is back down to pistols again. A little bit of utility here, blowing open that door. It's squeaky as Bit, and he's starting his charge down towards ramp. And Bit's obviously cooled down a bit here on the T side as well. Cello heating up. He might have a lot of players coming towards him in a few moments. Ramp is certainly the objective for Navi. Cello, not with that secondary sniper. He's got the AK this time, and that is the better weapon to stop this ramp push as they're coming in, but the flash is so good. Fallen's got that quick rotate to try and help, but what a shot from JL. That deagle rips right through Fallen, and Cello, how good is he? Can he hold this? JL, he's the first to peek, and no one else following up, so Cello is able to get away with it.
A little bit of trickery, breaks the glass, repositions, stays close up. Man, I remember a JL deagle. That's nasty onto Fallen. And now they can pause and wait over in ramp room. A problem that they have to find is, like, it's so restricting to feel like you have to go underneath heaven, play from hell, but also you don't have the utility for control side doors, nothing for control side windows, but you do have the AWP in Wonderful's hands. And that can be just as good as a smoke.
He's clearing so many strong positions at the moment. They can just post him up. But Cello's peek through the control room. They know exactly where he is, but he is still dishing out death. And Cello finally taken out by Alexis B's Deeg. And they're coming to try and respond to this one. Furia trying to get back into the side. Has to be a retake now. And they have got kits, but they haven't got utility. There's 2 flashes left. That's all they've got.
Skulls need to be patient. Wait for his teammates to arrive. Waiting on the stairs. They both come down vents, but look at this trap set up. That door's going to spring open on Wonderful shot.
Wonderful misses the shot. Door swings open. Bit gets the double with the tech. And it is Furia to collapse to pistols. Navi find map point on Nuke.
Man, that's just a slow, creepy, crawly hit towards that lower bomb site once they take control of ramp room. And once again, kind of like the pistol, Cello really didn't get a whole lot of backup down there. Playing control side, seeing bodies a number of times. Fallen is usually the player in support, obviously. He's eliminated, and nobody else took up that mantle.
Yeah, he got big time eliminated. It looked like a good setup. You know, Cello doesn't die first. You're surely going to get one from Fallen at least. But JL hits a monstrous deagle.
That might have just bailed them out. Navi was really struggling to put rounds on the board to find success on this T side.
Oh,
JL
good
добивает.
advanced positioning. This time gets revenge on JL.
All right, Fallen rotating back now outside. Good. This is the most mobile we've seen Fallen so far in this game with this AWP, in this half, I should say. Still controlling the situation pretty well. Wonderful, peering over the top, seeing absolutely nothing.
Ooh, wonderful. Can't deal with the speed of Fallen. That crossover, it looks so good for the Na'Vi sniper. And we thought it might have been curtains from Fury here, but they have found some life thanks to those two openers from Fallen. Under a minute left as Na'Vi start to regroup with their final three. They're going to be going back into the lobby. Still time to make something happen here. They take a lot of utility as well, Jason.
Yeah, they really do. And actually, I mean, Fury has left ramp room open. They've just said, well, we'll defend the lower bomb site. You guys can have a ramp. At this stage in the round, we don't really necessarily care about it. Smoke off towards Dark, and all of a sudden, that is the only option really available for Na'Vi. Outside has been shut down. Upper has been blocked off. So you come into an empty ramp room. Now, you'll be able to put utility down. They have the smoke. They have Molotovs as necessary to move into this bomb site to lock cs2 and Cello out.
It's just the time now. 20 seconds left. Na'Vi, you got to get a move on into that lower bomb site. You got to be very fast at deploying this utility.
You can do a lot of things in 20 seconds, Dinko.
Well, I'm sure you know about that, Jason. Now Lexi B and Emma charging their way into the lower bomb site. 9 seconds. Molotov clears out the back of the bomb site. Cello plays a double, but it's all about cs2 looking to try and pounce as the Panther denies the bomb plant, but they don't even go for it.
Yeah, I guess you can't. I guess you need 22 seconds.
Yeah, 22 seconds, right? You know, that's more the ballpark of getting something done.
That's really anticlimactic.
I was ready for like the hero stream from cs2.
Anything really.
No, just nothing. No, that was disappointment.
Well, timeout called after that round comes to a very flat finish.
Well, it's now looking like overtime is a real possibility for Furia, and Lexi B starting to wipe some sweat off his head because it is an uncomfortable position to be in now for Na'Vi.
Still 2 rounds to play with. I think the awkward thing mostly is going to be the money. Bit's got plenty of cash though as he drops some weapons over. Furia's love in the fact they hold on to it. Good round from Fallen. A lot of impact. This is a risky peek as well coming out. That flash.
I thought Wonderful had him dead to rights.
I did too. The flashbang he throws, there's like a good couple of seconds after it. I don't even think Wonderful got blind. Just wasn't quite back at the angle to plant his feet and feel comfortable on the shot and ready for it. So well done from Fallen with a double kill with the AWP. And now a little bit of aggression outside, spotted by Ema, so might slow things down.
Bates looking for his 30, and he's got it with that headshot on cs2, but he is not going to be happy with it. He would have wanted that second. At least information, there was a double setup in towards main, and that does allow Ema to feel more comfortable making his way down lower.
Dirty 30 from Bit. Been a minute since we've seen that. This kind of a performance from him. Alexi gets in towards Secret as well. Couple players are there, 2 more to attack into Cello at ramp room.
Yeah, he's quite commonly played this spot, and he's here again. It's kind of uncomfortable now for Cello. He swings the fight, he's taken out. Yuri on the lower bomb site, tit for tat. And it's going to result in Furia being 1 player ahead, but Fallen is starting to strike. It's another kill, this time on JL, putting it all on young Wonderful to pull off a 1v3 with a bomb not in his possession.
We've had to talk about Cello so much in this second half, which is crazy to think when you consider he came into it with like 1 kill.
It's
came
very
into
true,
this half with 1 kill, and he's had a lot of pressure sent his way, whether it's ramp room, whether it's the lower bomb site. He's clawed himself up to 12, but he's had so much attention on him, it's almost impossible not to.
It feels like he's had impact even without getting kills, right? Like just being a presence at times is been enough distraction to set up the others of his squad. 30 seconds, and obviously Wonderful's calling this one off. He can't pull it off at all.
No, there's nothing he can really do. Bomb is down as well, so yeah, Fury is going to have 1 chance to take this into overtime.
Wow.
He's going to have 1 chance to
happening. When we got into the second half, the start Na'Vi had, it just seemed like it was going to be smooth sailing straight through Nuke. Take us into map 2.
It's that kind of almost like a mirage of the fact that, you know, you win those early rounds on the T side and you have such a big lead, but then the money starts flowing for the CT side. Then the utility starts coming. Then, as we saw, the double up setup from Furia. Now, it's weird because they had that double up setup for what, like 3 or 4 rounds. I don't think it was like immensely successful in any meaningful way. Like a couple, like Cello got 1 or 2 nice kills with it, but other than that, I mean, it was rifles during that sequence that was closing things out for Furia.
Oh, it's back in the game again, and let's see if Cello can get the job done if he's playing towards ramp. It's like he's switching between. There's an M4 down as well, so obviously they've invested everything into this. If he needs to go back and switch out to that M4, that's a possibility.
Really haven't seen Na'Vi test the upper bomb site directly throughout this half. A lot of it has been trying to wheel around through mini, taking control of outside. A lot of it has been attacking towards ramp room. Upper's been able to kind of chill those defenders, but I think that's not going to be the case in this final round. Let's see if Na'Vi can catch Furia maybe snoozing of saying, they're not really attacking upper, we can take a resource away from that. 3 players outside at the moment for Furia. cs2 just slides back in through mini towards vent. 1 player up in the rafters, that's Skulls. And Fallen is here now. So they've seen no presence on the extremities and they're thinking something's up.
They're probably going to be thinking the same thing you were about the fact that Na'Vi haven't directly tested this upper bomb site. So they're starting to get information with that push forward. This is a weird... I don't see this every day, Jason.
They've created this timing, though. They just jumped utility to delay at the upper bomb site. Fallen's in trouble. He's got the first.
Yeah, close shot, sure, but now they're going to be running into the secondary op. And Cello this time impales the Lexi-B. But Na'Vi, that's the bomb down. 34 seconds. Fire tickles the feet of Cello, and he needs to get out of there. 30 seconds for Na'Vi to decide where they want to go with this one, and whether or not this is overtime or it is victory for Na'Vi on map 1.
And Yuri's already dropped down below, so they have both bomb sites covered. cs2 at upper, Yuri on lower, and Cello is going to be here in support.
Yeah, from heaven to hell, he'll snipe away. cs2 staying at the back of the bomb site, unable to get a single kill, and Cello topples at heaven. It is Yuri in a 1v3, and he has to retake this site, and they know he's likely coming from that lower bomb site. Wonderful takes his head off, and Na'Vi start off their affair here at the